All right. We can just edit out that finger in post, right? Hi, my name is Bruce, and today we are back at the table again for a bit of our alpha test campaign. Today, players are leaving the city of Broadwater and headed down the River Eamon towards the city of Reme. To guide them on their quest, they do have a pilot, and he's brought his wife or girlfriend. Barbara has not said exactly what exactly role she has technically, but she's not been seen without him close to her side. Anyway, welcome one and all. Of course, as soon as we go fucking live, notification squad. Thank you. We're over a minute in. Come on. Don't pun it. Don't step on my neck there, YouTube. I didn't say the F bomb until after a minute in European time. In metric. Okay. So, you guys are on this boat. You're on a barge, drifting downriver. I guess before we get too far, let me hit today's sponsor. Today, I'm here only for the fact that we have this Blackout Coffee chocolate Irish stout available, which if you're not familiar with Blackout Coffee, every month they ship out, of course, they ship out flavored coffees, and they send out another type of coffee, a signature blend for the month. Those of you who wish to have a chocolate Irish flavor infused coffee, go ahead and keep on doing fucking commercials and ads until notifications cease. Keeps on going, huh?
Okay. Sorry, I turned it off. I didn't realize it was my phone. I thought it was yours.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The floggings will continue until morale improves.
My phone will start cussing me in Spanish. Checkout code for Blackout Coffee is right there. They do have 8-week subscription options. So if you're tepid about things, or if you've got other commitments, but you still want the occasional great coffee, you can do it every 8 weeks. All right. So, how is I guess we should say that Nerdy Ogre, we wish you the best with your family's outing. And we hope that the special one has a excellent celebration today. How's everybody?
Happy birthday!
Woo. Happy birthday!
How's everyone else doing? Janet, we'll start with you.
I'm doing okay.
Good.
Just staying busy.
Good deal. Crafting Gamer, haven't talked to you for a bit. How have you been, sir?
I've been good. Working on more projects than usual, actually, which is a good thing for me. I tend to have this very bad habit of getting sidetracked and not completing things.
I understand your handicap there, and I empathize. I share it. Have you seen my desk lately? It's a mess. You're doing good, man. Keep it up. You'll get at it. It just takes you a bit. Six Nations. Have you been well, sir?
Yeah.
Swimmingly. A little sleep deprived, but doing well.
Good. How many more weeks before we get the new Dachshund puppy?
That is as yet to be determined.
Okay.
But soonish.
All right. I was just kind of curious because, like, for some odd reason, I had a joyful thought in my head where you would have to bend over and grab these two little stubby feet sticking out of the ground and yank to pull your dog out of a burrow with an item in his mouth, squealing and bleeding everywhere.
Oh, actually, that would be awesome. One year we had, I guess, a farm field, the equivalent of, I want to say, 2 blocks away, get turned into housing. And so all the field mice migrated. And one year we had a crap ton of mice. And we do have a cat in the house. But the cat was like freaking out because there was just so much stuff going on. So having a dachshund go tear into some mice, that would be bitching
I
next
love
time that happens.
Mousers and ratters, they just grab a hold of said offending animal and they shake vigorously until it's dead, and they give it another shake to make sure, double tap, and they rinse repeat until all the excitement is dead in the house. And then they sit down and they just look at you all content. I worked today. What did you do?
It reminds me of Never Cry Wolf, where he discovers the mice and then he and the wolves have at it. Well, since I've seen that.
I have never seen that, so okay. Might put that on the list. All right. So to show you guys, to showcase what's been going on, the party. Last week we finished up our endeavors in the city of Dun Eamon. We took a barge down to Broadwater, but our ship got attacked, and the pilot got killed. Trying to steer it into Broadwater was problematic. The barge got damaged, so we had to have it repaired. The guild sent us a pilot to bring along his girlfriend. And now that you're all united in Broadwater, you have one more evening out. His name is Esteban. His wife's name is Barbara. She doesn't really speak to you guys much. If any of you guys are hanging around with Ogre, you can hear Sylvia say to him, "I don't like her."
Oh, look, it's another chick. The only other woman in the galaxy.
Oh,
I don't like her.
she doesn't have she has a good sense of character, so we need to keep an eye on this guy's wife or girlfriend. That's what I'm telling my group.
Yeah.
One thing you noticed is that the guild typically does better with riverboat captains. The guild usually does really good with halfling riverboat captains because they only eat 3/4 of the same amount of food as a human.
Yeah.
Oh, just a mini interruption. I put the pictures of what I did with the glue and the glue in Gilded. I forgot to do that while we're still backstage. Sorry about that.
I want to see this. I want to share this.
So, is there other people on this boat besides just our group?
You guys are it. This is a barge. You've got a large amount of goods that you're ferrying up north or down south from Dun Eamon, and you guys are kind of responsible for it.
That's cool. That's cool.
What is that?
It's a really nice terrain piece, is what that is.
Yeah. Making a swamp diorama.
Uh-oh.
I dig it.
It's doing that again.
It's just because Bruce has Discord open. As soon as you close it, it'll go away.
People of Earth.
Do not adjust your set. We have taken over the airwaves. And by the way, if you can help it, don't invest in any Eastern European hedge fund for the next few months, especially anything that says East German or Germany on it, because they're thinking a little bit more hostile than you are. First, we collapse on a nation's economy, and then we go to war. If you don't understand that, just read some history, and then look at what's happening right now. And I keep wanting to say East Germany, but it might as fucking well be. Oh, sorry.
Socialism kills.
All right. So down this river, we're moving down this river. These guys are heading out of Broadwater. You descend down into Eamon Vale, and it's a pretty pleasant boating trip.
Mm-hmm.
Esteban gets the idea of you guys are not boat captains. He excuses himself to use the backside of the barge, and when he comes back, he finds two of you struggling to keep the barge straight, and it takes him about a minute to avert disaster. He's not too happy. His wife and him, they take a pretty much a situation where they're sleeping right there at the ship's control, at the barge's control, the lever. When one is steering, the other one is crashed out. There's really no brake on these things. It's just more like navigate to the best of your ability, but you've got your brakes. And he's doing his level best. Not long afterwards, you do find out that she herself is an accomplished boat captain. She takes over the second half of the day while he gets a few hours of sleep. The two of them sail you for about maybe 40 miles before they actually start opening up and talking about anything. And Esteban, as you guys are eating some fire roasted chicken at a stopping point where literally he just grounded the barge on the bank because there's just no need to try to push himself. He says, I'm going to rest. We've got plenty of time to get this downriver. We've been at it for 2 days. We're drifting at a good pace. I just want to. It's a fast flowing river. I don't want to overstress myself, hurt my equipment. There's a pierside inn 500 feet away, so you guys will spend about a silver's worth of food and drink, and you come out with a half chicken and a goat skin of milk.
Hello,
Esteban
Jackie
finally tells you, we're going down towards my favorite city, which is Yalandir, excuse me. And when we hit that, we're probably going to stay there for about 3.5 to 4 days. We've got to let Union unload part of the barge and set us up with the remainder of what's going into Reme. And after that, we'll be on our way home. While we're there,
That's fine.
Me and Barb will be off the boat, and we'll get back on board right about an hour before debarking. Debark time is 4 p.m. in the afternoon, or 1600.
All right.
Trying to remember, weren't we supposed to be going somewhere? Because somebody and we were trying to find out where they went.
Yeah, we were after a succubus. We caught her.
Okay.
We were going to go towards see the ice tower.
Yeah.
But in the end, given the fact that we leveled up, we all decided to actually take a breather, consolidate our power basically, and then do a push for it then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully, get some reinforcements.
Yeah.
You know, hench peoples.
Well, the guild's already said that they're willing to throw armies of people at it.
So is
They
there
just-
going to be somebody to meet us at the tower when we get there from the guild?
That we will have to set up beforehand.
Oh, okay. So they're not already working on it. Even though they
Be kind of nice to be surrounded by an army.
well, they're
Going
the
to
ones
the
that
tower.
got us this barge, so I figured they knew what we were doing and they might be sending us somebody.
One would hope.
Well, I don't know about. Well, that's where I'm talking. Meeting us there specifically, probably not. That's why I said we had to set up ahead of time.
Yeah.
But the guild has already said that they're going to or want to just throw people at it to see what can happen, see if they can stop it. That's where I said we will welcome all the help, but I feel somehow we're involved. Not like we did something, but like we need to be there. But then we all talked amongst ourselves and decided that we should take the time to train, get a little bit stronger, and then see about tackling it.
Bring in some cannon, some air support. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Dwarven
what
steam
missiles are
zeppelin.
for. Right? That's like, yeah, you know.
Oh yeah, just imagine a dwarven steam zeppelin flying up.
That's like artillery from above.
Yeah. I thought dwarves were underground. Not when they are surrounded by iron and copper. So I actually don't know if dwarves would do that in Bruce's game. It just sounds good. I've always, as a GM, I've always ruled that dwarves don't like being underground 90% of the time. But if they're surrounded by metal, they're much more comfortable being outside of the dirt. That's the reason why dwarves above ground usually wear heavy armor. But that's a DM in canon universe thing. I don't know about dwarves. Bruce's world.
Okay, we'll shut up, Bruce.
You're fine. You're perfectly fine. I just got sent the latest video of AOC walking up onto a stage. I did not realize her ass had grown. I'm reminded of the big
booty Latinas.
The big booty Latinas movement. Yes, we must protect them.
Or she had surgery. Or she's wearing underwear that make her ass look big.
I hate sharing everything, but yeah, she looks like she's gained 30 extra pounds, and all of it's settled into a unappealing blob.
Well, when you sit a lot,
his pants are crying right now.
Yeah, that's that thing with Bernie Sanders that had like 15,000 people went to it.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean they weren't paid to go to it. Just saying that's how many, because remember, they were paying people to go to stuff when, what's her name was having it.
Yeah. She just looks like she's living a good life. You know, she's getting used to that $150,000 a year food fund.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fall for it, America.
All the guys think she's
communist
hot,
booty is still bad booty.
There's plenty of other big booty Latinas out there that need love and dick. Only you can stop sinking your dick in crazy. All right. So on board this boat, they let you know how things are going to proceed with them and how they want to progress. A few days later, Quinn tries to handle the boat so the two of them can get some rest. The wind is kicking up a little bit, and the first signs of spring are coming as a cold rain just kind of drenches the shit out of all of you. Being this is a barge, there is a portion with a covered section. It's not exactly a pleasant trip, but you guys do manage to stay huddled underneath it.
Water resistant versus water.
Water resistant, yes. It's water resistant. It's military grade.
Okay.
Some of you just understood what I said there. Awesome. By the time you make your way down another 150 miles of river, everything you own is completely painfully soaked.
Okay.
You have to inventory if you had any losses when you get back to Yalandir or not. Janet, go ahead and roll me a percentile die.
Okay.
No whammies.
Oh, you know it's fine.
I rolled a 26. Did you hear me?
All right. So, and everybody roll me a perception.
Let's see.
Wonder what he rolled on the fuck with the players table.
And do I add my intelligence
I
to
see.
perception?
Nope. You roll your perception. Add your you add your perception skill to the die roll.
Okay, let me find it real quick.
I see nothing. I know nothing. I am in blitzful ignorance with an OP4.
You
100.
go to sleep.
Well, I can't find it on my
Keeping the blue dice today. They're rolling good.
another paper. Oh, okay.
With a plus 30, I got 129. What eldritch horror do I perceive in the murky depths?
129, you said?
Yes. Probably be my best roll for the entire game.
Well, hey, Jackie Blue. Hope you're well. You see what appears to be some sort of globular, mostly camouflage creature.
I'm getting Creepshow 2 vibes all of a sudden.
You see something, it's yellowish. It's got a amoeboid like creature, and you see the pseudopods reaching out in the water as it tries to tread faster than what the barge is going. You think about it and make a knowledge aberrations roll if you can.
Ooh. What was the stat on that? Plus 35. All right. Don't fail me. Okay, that is 74 plus 35. So 109.
You recognize this as what's called an osher jelly. And typically they're immune to things like charms or piercing or slashing attacks. They're immune to electricity. But you've heard they can be affected by fire. Can be.
Fire and barge poles, because I'm seriously thinking about whacking it.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to get a whack in on it as it's chasing the barge?
After I check the flame at it.
Give you a. Just go ahead and roll your attack on this.
See if third time's a charm. 78 unmodified.
You pitch a torch or what? What'd you pitch at it?
Flaming oil, if possible.
Everybody else just sees you get the flask ready, and then you light and you throw. It hits something on the surface of the water, and you guys see like what appears to be like a oil slick split in two as the flames continue to burn it for a few seconds more. You think that as it's taking the fire damage, it slows down out of range of the barge pole. So you stand there ready to do something with it, but it continues on a different path. It looks like it's going to try to do something else. Actually, it's kind of weird because you split it up into two separate ones, and now they have to go and get their own food together. Those things are kind of scary. I don't know if you've ever seen a jelly devour someone before.
No.
Only in a SSI computer game.
I've never seen it descripted, but well, I've seen a picture of, I don't know what jelly it was, and it's literally man's lower body outside of jelly just fine. Man's upper body and torso in jelly, all bone.
Yeah. Theater of the Mind, it was like every version of the Blob.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you just dissolve.
That's what I think of when I see a jelly.
You
What?
just dissolve. It dissolves like,
Very painfully.
like stomach acid.
If you're lucky.
Oh.
Oh, there's worse ways to die too. Jellies are the root of ways to die.
Wow, that's a gross picture.
That's the
Well, that's also
88
fairly
version
accurate.
of the Blob.
Is that from the Blob?
Yep. Yep, this is from the Blob. I love this part right here.
Oh. Yeah. And I would do the same.
I don't blame her at all. One of the best remakes I've ever seen.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, guess what's going on the list?
Well, you got to add my stuff too.
I did. I did.
Just a
Bohemian
fact.
Rhapsody. I'm putting some time between now and Bohemian Rhapsody. It's just too new of a movie.
Well,
There's
yeah,
not
I
many.
understand
There's not many other new films that we've wanted to discuss. Most films we've watched have been good films from back in the day, like 1994, 1984. And if you haven't seen The Blob 1988 and you want to see a tour de force of special effects, that's definitely a good movie to see because they do a lot with very little money.
As far as remakes are concerned, it's a
It
good
is.
remake.
I liked it better than the original Puppet Masters. Than the original Puppet Masters versus the remake of the Puppet Masters from '78. Is it the one that's got
Oh,
Donald Sutherland?
Invasion of the Body Snatchers with
Yes.
Donald Sutherland, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I always say Puppet Masters, but everybody knows it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's just a fucking great movie. Good paranoid Cold War film.
Reinforce my hatred of lima beans. I'll tell you that.
We can sit at the same table, dude. That's all I'm going to say. You guys get down to Valandir within the week. There's a few things that you encounter, but as you're cruising up on the city of Yalandir, it's kind of a key city. The fork of the Remenus and the River Eamon, and you have it parallel to the trade road from Paintoff in the south towards Quintus and Broadwater. As a result, a large portion of goods heading to and from North Marches and Stoneheart Mountains passes through the locks of Yalandir. You guys, when you get to Yalandir, the barge pushes its large. God, how do I say it? Your little boat steers the barge into the lock, into where the dock is for your Union craft, and then settles. Afterwards, they untether your boat from the barge, and you guys are kind of pulled off to the side. Barbara sneeringly looks at you guys, and she says nothing. And Esteban says, "Good day, thank you." And after they leave, you guys are sitting there just kind of wondering, what would you want to go do? Yalandir is kind of a large size city of probably about 40,000 people. It's walled. There is a there's lady governor of the city that she is kind of a ball buster from what you know of, from what everybody's talked about in the Union. But the other thing is that Yalandir has something that not a lot of other places around this area have, and there's some sand dunes nearby. They just have these naturally occurring sand dunes that are about 10 square miles. And the city has decided that between the silica they can make there and whatever they can get shipped upriver, they've got plants on the river shore that can process into dyes, and they can make glass. So if you have any ideas for any sort of glass treasures that you want to pick up while you're here in the city, this city exports glass works that are of a 5-star production quality. Should you decide to do that, you have a high Dutch and Levy system. They do
Sweet.
any type of designer glass. They can pretty much stain it to make it look exactly like that. There's a master stonesmith, and some master glass cutters, and other craftsmen that are here that do some amazing work with this glass. Levy is topped with compact 20-foot high stone walls. They're quarried in from the Stoneheart Mountains to the north and ferried downriver. On the northern half of the city, there's a big keep that you can see. Apparently, the Lady Balestra Vorns, she sits her fat ass in there, and she serves to remind locals of dangers posed by the beasts of the Stoneheart Mountains, as well as the ancient threat of things that dwell beyond the Wizard's Wall to the north. And then she taxes the fuck out of them. The city structures are of Ford-Waite design. A lot of the city streets have buildings with thatched roofs. There's large quantities of sturdy blue stem prairie grass abounding in the region. Nerdy Ogre will tell you that the prairie grass tastes good when you put it between your cheek and gums, and you've sat on it for about maybe 30 minutes and let it just sit there, percolate in your mouth. Residences here are 2 to 3 stories high. They have an open common room typically. They'll have a storage room on the ground floor with a hearth. They'll have between probably a handful of rooms on the top floors. The wealthier citizens have a root cellar where they hide in the event of tornadoes that flare up during the prairie summers and springs. You can smell the hearths cooking away. Some soups are being frothed up in the dock district right now. Most of you can smell the onions and the peppers and the carrots that are boiling, and steam is carried with the eastern winds to where you're at. Now that I've stated this, where would you like to go?
So the community seems like that most people are of means. They have money. There are not a lot of poor people.
This city's fairly much one more of craftsmen than other types. Yeah, there's poor people here, but I mean, there's enough poor people here to probably have a Bernie Sanders rally, but there's not enough poor people here to win an election. Does that make sense?
I'd like to, if there's an orphanage or something like that, I would like to go there if somebody will tell me how to get there.
Okay.
I'd like to hit up the glass shops, and I think I'll get my folks a nice decanter and some glassware. I want ruby glass.
I'm going to see if the dwarves I left behind are done with the still, or if I need to give them more time.
Oh. Janet?
Mm-hmm.
If we head over to the orphanage.
Okay.
The building that you wander towards is within, of course, the poorer section. They call it Church Street, but really it's Poverty Street.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of really nice churches that haven't had a whole lot of love given to them in many years. As you walk down on it, see a few dogs that eyeball you. One of them is walking up the boulevard. The other Labrador sits across the street, just kind of eyeballing everything. The golden retriever comes up to you as you're walking towards the obviously dedicated to mirror building.
Mm-hmm.
The golden retriever snips at your hand.
Yeah, I tell him, sorry, boy, I don't have anything to eat. And pat it on the head.
He seems disheartened, but he continues to stay for the pats.
Okay.
Before I forget again, between what we got for slaying the succubus and the stuff we sold, everybody gets 1,630 silver.
1,630. Okay,
Yep. And that's including Sylvia and our archers.
okay, because I got to write that on my sheet.
Keep in mind, after you guys
No, tell Ogre that as well.
just notate that down in the alpha test loot if you could. Also, I might also say that your friend Tomas, who sat on the treasury while you guys were going downriver with a bucket, that way he could shit and give it to Roberto so Roberto could dump it overboard. Tomas said there was 4 times where Barbara made her way to your private property, and 3 times Tomas stabbed her with an arrow. The 4th time he shot her in the thigh and then put a dagger through her throat and said, if you need to, I'll bleed you. So now...
Lovely.
So she was trying to steal from us.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should have fed her to that creature.
So...
Yes, but then we have a thing.
That would be
angry
it would
barge
only-
captain at us when none of us know how to pilot the stupid thing.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, if she fell overboard, it wouldn't be our fault, would it?
Well, that's a different story.
She fell like in Minecraft.
You pay peanuts, you get monkeys.
So the orphanage, how many kids are there and stuff? Or, you know, where I'm at?
Once you get the dog to leave you alone, you go up to the front door and you see an elderly man sitting there, and he's just kind of calmly evaluating everything, judging you on your stance, on your weapons, on your armor, how much it looks like you care for your armor. And he says, I don't know if you're exactly wanting to come in here or not. We just have ourselves a couple youngsters, and school's in session right now, so if you'll give them a half hour, that way the sermon could be over and they could take their notes, that'd be great.
Well, is this where they also reside?
It is.
So would you mind, while the kids are in their schooling, in their classes, would you mind showing me around where they eat and sleep and anything else that they do, play or whatever, so I can see where they go?
Are you sending? Are you telling me that Reme has sent a power play down here to make sure we're doing everything, every copper piece? Is this an inspection, miss?
No, I'm just wanting to see what I need to get for these kids because I'd like to donate to the orphanage, but I want to see what they need and what they do for the children.
Is this an opportunity to become agents of Doge?
Sounds like maybe we need to.
So, you're not here to inspect. You're here to evaluate personally.
Yes. I try to do that whenever I can for all the kids in the orphanages of any town I go to. It's because I find joy in it. And helping the children when I can.
Okay.
Is that a problem?
It's out of the ordinary. Do you understand, Miss?
Well, yeah. 'Cause I know a lot of people don't do that or care, but I
You're
do.
all right. Nobody comes over here to the orphanage and school for Muir's children and sees how they're doing.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
would.
all right. But that does not mean anything. That and 50 pence will get you a warm cup of coffee. He stands up and he tells you, he's like, let me show you around here. He takes you to the kitchen where there's three ladies. Uh, they they don't look like they've had health care in a few decades. And they're cooking for the kids. One of them is brewing up a pasta. Another one is getting what appears to be some tomatoes pureed as best as she can with the limited equipment. And the last of them is finishing up the final bits of preparing a meat to go on to a griddle. The meat looks like it's a beef liver.
Of course.
I'd like you ladies to meet my friend Mrs. And he looks at you. Mrs.
Isabeau, I'm sorry, I had my mic off.
Mrs. Isabeau. You obviously are from the Reme area because that accent of yours.
Thank you. Yes.
You may not recognize my accent because I'm not from anywhere around here. I'm from a place called Livnos. It's part of the West. Well, actually, the East, but you go west far enough, you get there too. Anyway, so he shows you around. A lot of their equipment's aging and rusted and just beat to hell. You're looking at the majority of this, Janet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to tell you that you could probably offload 500 pounds of your silver coins on them. And they would scratch your back in a way that you couldn't get in a city, just for the fact that you'd be willing to stand up for the kids and make the organization a little bit safer and doing a direct silver deposit to the orphanage. Because he takes you up to the treasurer, which is an older lady, and she looks like one of the ladies in the kitchen's mother.
Yeah.
Tells you all the things that, well, we've been doing okay. We get a few pence from the city. They've tried to take away our 403B special designation, but we keep fighting it. And there are a lot of families in the area that are traditional and they believe in the rule of law. So the Temple of Mir is actually their best hope here. Unfortunately, our brother temple, Fear, is not here. So it is just Mir. Miss Isabeau, why did you visit us today?
Well, I just wanted to stop in since we were in town and just check and see what the needs were for your orphanage for the children, so that they're getting plenty to eat and that they have clothes to wear and a nice warm place to sleep.
Listen, a donation from a warrior or a don't take this the wrong way. A mercenary such as yourself if you just came off of a job, a donation from a person like you would mean the difference between us having to beg and bitch and plead for money from the city to
Mhm.
help us, because a lot of us, once we get outside of our chapter hometown, there's not a lot of money on the road to help us out. So we have to fend for ourselves. We're expected to stand up for ourselves. We rely on things and people like you.
Well, how many children do you have here at this facility?
40.
Well, I would like to make a donation to help out in any way you guys can do, because it seems like you've done really well considering you have such low funds.
Well,
So,
here's a planned list of things that we wish to fix here.
mhm.
We're going to fix the brick wall around this location and raise it from 6 feet to 10 feet, along with putting some jagged pieces of broken glass from the glassworks factory on the top border. That way nobody decides to get brave and jump over. We plan to keep our children safe, and if we have to take someone to jail and then cast cure disease on them, well, that's so much the better. Now, after we do that, we'd like to fix the foundation of the building because there is a small lean to the northwest. Once we fix that, we need to replace the boiler within the basement because it's not exactly doing what it's supposed to. The reservoir's going to rust through in the next winter. We
Mhm.
have a large stove, a large oven, which we fit the coal or the wood into. We get better results with coal. We have a particular set of people that they are rather skilled trades. Our tailor that we have, he needs to get the loom replaced, and then our current blacksmith is looking to improve his forge. So any amount of money you're willing to give us is going to go to directly affecting the work we do here.
Well, I would love to donate 500 silver to to your orphanage, basically. But I also would like to for you to tell me where the closest place is where I can purchase clothes for all the children and shoes.
Listen, I'll walk with you in city markets, but let me show you the outfits that our tailors can do when they
Oh,
properly
you
have.
have your own tailors here at the orphanage?
We have a loom. We're going to get it worked on. If you're going to give us 500 silver, we're going to take 35 of that and put it towards the loom, and
Oh,
that'll
that
get
would be
that thing
wonderful.
showing again. You
Hmm.
don't no, you don't understand. We could be self-sufficient. We would be a keep out in the middle of the wilderness. However, because we're here within the city and on Poverty Street, a lot of people do not give us the proper due. However, we have turned out some of the finest guards and warriors that the city of Yalandir has had.
Really?
This is a church of Mir. We
Hmm.
are not a location that enables people to cower and be fearful. We empower people. We give them possibilities.
That's good. I'm
They
happy to
she
hear that.
shows you the uniforms of the children as they're going to lunch, and a lot of the kids come up to you and are like wanting to be curious and say what your name is and ask what you do and what have where have you been, and have there been any crusades you've been on, and have you touched any artifacts? What happened when Indy told you to shut your eyes? And they ask you all these questions, and it's just so amazing to get this nice little wave of support from the children, but they're kind of shoved towards the cafeteria where the 40 of them are seated, and they begin their prayers. They begin their prayers
Hmm.
and they say it aloud, and then afterwards they have their ritual lunchtime, and you can hear as the prayers go off like there's a small set of trumpets in the background. We
Hmm.
don't know where the hell that came from.
Interesting.
Afterwards, the children partake, and they have some sort of beef liver and white paste mix, on loaves of bread, shit on a shingle. They have that, and they really enjoy it. Once they have this, their lunch is almost complete. They're given servings of fruit and potatoes and carrots. They're allowed about 30 minutes to process their lunch, and the children are encouraged to go get their gambesons on and go outside and beat the hell out of each other.
In play.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
That's good for them.
they have a recess for about an hour. A lot of them are into the more martial of arts. You don't see a lot of fisticuffs guys. There's one girl that she's really a sparring purist. She seems to excel at dismembering people's armor off their bodies and taking the weapons out of their hand. You
That's
find
really
find out she's a young, like 15-year-old girl, and she's been doing this since she was able to walk. But her parents got killed, and somehow she ended up here. Her name is Kayla.
Kayla. Beautiful name. Yeah,
So-
I'd like to, after they're done eating, if I asked if it's okay if I go to each kid and, talk to them for a minute, shake their hand, tap them on the head, depending on their age, apparently, and, maybe pray with each of them if it's okay.
Well, except for Dirty Johnny, the other 39 are great, and they accept you respectfully, and they let you know their name, and then they get the nice little pat or whatever. Johnny completely tries to shove his face in your bosom.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just, grab him by the shoulders and tell him, no, he's not. That's not appropriate. But I understand because he's a boy.
It's like, you're only 5 years older than me, right? Come on. Let me finish this thing. I'm almost done with my growth spurt.
Say no, thank you. One day you'll find the right lady for you.
One of the nuns comes over and takes him by the shoulder. As she leads him away, you can't really notice how the cloth captures her figure. She's, oh, God damn it. Why is this happening in my game? Okay.
Kids will be kids.
So, unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
the nun that grabs a hold of this kid, she's wearing a double thick nun's outfit, cloth, ankle length skirt.
Yeah.
The cloth does nothing, but it completely just captures exactly why certain things shouldn't happen. Like, why is this woman allowed to walk around? She looks like that.
Oh, well.
No, this is the one that got way too much surgery.
Well, there's one for every man, I guess.
That's not good, kids. Don't go for it. Don't fall for it.
Juicy Lucy has a place in the world.
No, don't do it. She's trying to convince people to quit making you pay for each individual seat on a Southwest flight. This is not the way. This is not the way. Do not do it. She's trying to protest Southwest Airlines because they're forcing her to buy 2 seats. You know why she has to buy 2 seats? Because she's got a fat ass!
Well, she has 2 seats. That's why.
That's just I don't really ever, you don't ever hear Bruce ever say too much is too much.
Yeah.
Too much. I can only think of all the kids off of Instagram or off of whatever.
Well, just think about it. When you have a butt that big, before you ever have children. After she's had a few children, it's going to be like 3 times as big. So,
Oh, she will have to pay somebody to wipe.
yeah, it's going to be ginormous.
Nothing to excess. The Donkadon gravitational pull
That's another planet.
could be problems.
Oh, you kids are funny.
All right. So
So I want to give the treasurer. I would like to give her 500 silver, so that she can get started on whatever they need to get started for. And I want to tell them that I'm definitely going to come back and visit them again the next time I come to town.
the treasurer lady looks at you and she says, "That's ever kind of you. If you tell you what, Miss Isabel, if you will double your investment with us, me and my twin sister, who works in the kitchen, and unfortunately she never got hit by a hag, so she doesn't look like she's 85.
Mm-hmm.
We'll empty our savings, which is about 1,200 silver. We will infuse the rest of this church with 2,200 silvers total between the 3 of us ladies. And we could fix every single item on this list I've shown you.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the fact we'd probably have a couple more people here rounding up the errant kids, and we'd have a stronger community within our own organization, and the community on the outside of this building would at least understand what it is to have hope from the followers of Mirror around. And that would go very far. That would employ people for a decade.
Well, I'd be happy to go into business with you 2 ladies. And then when I'm able, I come back and check on you.
She says,
Make sure everything.
if you donate 1,000 gold, we'll donate 1,200, or 1,000 silver. We'll donate 1,200 silver, and we can get all these items fixed.
Okay. Well, I'll agree to do that.
She immediately rushes down to the kitchen, pulls her sister up. Her sister does look like her, but younger.
Mm-hmm.
You realize both of these ladies were adventuring cast like yourself, but they took an arrow to the knee or something, and their lives changed. And now here they are with children. They smile and they graciously accept that. And then one of them urges you to follow her into the Hall of the Heroes, which is in the basement reliquary. And they take you past a number of various locations where they have murals all along the walls. And you can see the sarcophagi that are here and there. The number of names that you recognize from previous endeavors. There's some serious amounts of valor that was laid to rest here.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, she takes you to the final little, I guess you'd say, alcove within the basement area.
Yeah.
And she puts her hand on the wall, and you see a large portion of the stonework wall slide away with about 70 decibels worth of stone on stone action.
The secret wall.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Now we're going to cut to Lemmy. Lemmy, what were you wanting to do?
Well, I was thinking, since there's all this fancy glass, and I haven't done jack shit for my parents in way too long. I was going to go get some fancy glass, decanter, cups, maybe a couple of bowls, an ashtray, whatever, and box it up, and then send it home with the obligatory "Miss you, fam. Here's a gift for you." Blah blah blah.
You head into one of
Hopefully,
the local shops, one of the mercados. I wish I was not putting Spanish names so frequently into this location. One of the merchant shops, they sell glassworks. There's about 30 glassworks buildings here. The first four you go into, you just don't really get a good feel for because you don't see much that you really like. But in the fifth glassworks shop, you can see that there's a different mentality along a lot of the items. Some of them, they're large glass tobacco pipes. Another one, you see a large, what looks to be like a maple leaf shaped ashtray that's 14 inches wide.
Is it gaudy as fuck?
Say again?
I'll buy it. Is it gaudy as fuck? Because I'll buy it.
Yeah, it is. It looks like something straight out of 1977.
Yes.
I mean, it is like deeply amber cut. It looks like amber cut glass, but it's a giant 14-inch wide maple leaf ashtray, and it looks like it would go great in a parlor next to your bourbon collection from distilleries that have closed.
Oh yeah. That'll be the first item on my list. I'm specifically looking for ruby glass.
About maybe 40 feet away from that, there is follow me here. It is a ruby glass sculpture of a Labrador retriever, but the head comes off and allows you to use the neck as an ashtray. The owner says when it's 3/4 full of ash, the magic item will ignite, and when you put the dog's head back on, it barks and then belches out a flame. It's supposed to be like a hellhound. We're going to sell that off for 500 silvers. Nobody in this town is wanting to buy it for 500 silvers. Then all the ash gets exhumed.
That might be worth 500 silver. A magical ashtray that belches fire. I think my dad would get a kick out of that. I'm sold.
Okay, well, you send the maple leaf and the large ruby glass dog off to Gilboeth, and that'll cost you total for all that. The store owner says 510 silver. It's all yours. He shakes your hand.
And
then you see the merchant
get
professional
the equivalent out in jewels to pay.
Say again?
I'll get the equivalent out in jewels from my money belt.
His eyes just light up, and he's like, "I'll give you 500, whatever jewels that you don't trade for these items here. We can negotiate if you would like."
Let me think about that.
Anyway,
This is my
500 silvers for
first day. I still got, but I'll definitely come back.
So once he collects on the 500 silver, he slides you the large leaf and the dog, and you head down towards the union office. You can get things to where they can get prepared to ship it. The shipping will cost you an extra 20 silver, but it'll be taken care of well. Your dad can expect it in between 6 to 7 weeks.
I'm going to ask about the shop I just visited and the shopkeep. What's the story with this guy?
He's kind of a shyster, but he finds interesting things. When we say he finds interesting things, he gets a hold of stuff that we don't see before, or we just know that he's going to have the oddball out. All the other shops will be doing one tune with their various products, and he'll come up with something completely illegitimate compared to it, and it'll sell. During summertime, whenever we have summer festival, Valandier Glass Fest, he's probably the one broker that is having the about maybe 5 or 6 individuals from the Glassworks Union come in and out and do various shipments. He has a large warehouse in back of the shop that keeps other items available for sale tucked away. And we do know that the guy probably in the past had worked for a guild of individual thieves called the Ebon Union, but we think that that's ended for him.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was he was definitely an individual that we felt was important to watch and locate. We know that he was getting goods shipped out of Dun Eamon, but we don't know why, and so we're still looking as to why the majority of the valuables he's getting out of Dun Eamon is he just part of a family or a network still, but we know that he's no longer affiliated with the Ebon Union Guild, and that's been like that for the past 10 months. So something else must have been going on.
Well, I thank you for your time. Thank you for shipping this out for me. I've got other sites to see.
Oh, hopefully we've given you a understanding that maybe you were lacking before.
Definitely.
Hopefully, you know, we've done for you, sir. The union representative, he says, you're out of Gilboth, aren't you? Yeah, this is going to Gilboth, right?
True. That is correct.
I got an inquiry on some cows about maybe 3 months ago. You know a character by the name of Mongoose?
All right, lay it on me.
What? No, I if you're going up to Gilboa, do you know a Mongoose character?
Traveling companions.
When you can, bring him in later on.
Someone interested in some title?
Yeah, there's been an inquiry made about the cattle, and he's supposedly the agent that'd be buying them. So I'd want to know, you know, just the situation. We've heard that there's a renewed interest in getting the Varzanth Pass defended, and supposedly they're putting up some forts up that way to help make it more secure. And I just want to make sure that my cows don't go to feeding forks. I know it's
I hear
not be
that.
problematic.
I'll get in touch with them, and when would be a good time?
After 1400 this afternoon would be great. But if you got to do it any day, it'd be after 1400. I usually lose a lot of the business after 1400 because everybody else is getting to their boats and getting things ready for the next day's shove off. And usually it means 2 to 4 a.m. A lot of the boats start getting ready to prepare to leave.
Sounds good. I'll pass the message along. We'll see what happens.
Is that too loud?
Are you guys having trouble with? Hey, Dan, how you doing, sir? Thank you for the ship. Johnny Crazy. Yeah, she is totally loose. Yeah, Gracie Bond is crazy. All right. And Mongoose, what were you exactly wanting to head up while you're here?
Well, first I wanted to check on the dwarves that were here to build the still, see how far they've gotten along.
Okay.
And then, despite the conversation that you and Six Nations had, I was actually planning on heading to the glass, and then, or no, the stone stop, then the glass stop later today anyway.
Mongoose.
Yes.
Hey, we've been waiting for a few days. Wrapped up with everything. Site's cleaned up. Everything looks like it's good to go. How have you been? Did you stay warm?
A little too warm, thanks to the succubus.
You had a succubus?
Yeah.
Well, what we wouldn't give for such joy like that. Hey, Hard R Comedy, I believe I sent you a message with all the information you need for the character. If you have dice, that'd be great. If you don't, we could always have somebody else roll for you. But in alpha test at 12:42, I put the link for the restream. You just need to jump in to Gilded at the 12:42 mark in the alpha test sub file and go to the restream link and click that. Then we'd bring you in if you wanted to play Roberto. This guy. Okay. So, the dwarves, they sit you down at a bar and they say, well, you've helped us out quite a bit. You don't mind if we give you a little gift, do you?
That's up to you.
Excellent. He throws a small bag on the table. The bag sounds like that. That's for you. That's for helping us get some work started. We've been out of work for a little bit, and it's been hard to get things moving, but we finally did. And we do owe it thanks to you. Start going through the various coins. It's kind of crazy, but you have about maybe 25 more gold than what you had before, Mongoose.
Uh-uh.
That little gift from the dwarves is going to be a nice little deposit in your bank. So, what do you have planned for us now? We've been kind of on a bender for the past few days.
Well, at the moment, thanks to the succubus, we need a chance to basically lick our wounds, and we believe we know where she was planning on going, which is bad. As I pull up a map of where things are, and I point out the frozen tower.
I thought you guys killed her.
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't you guys kill her?
Yeah, we killed her.
Yeah, we killed her, but we believe she was going to here.
Oh, the frozen tower. Ooh. No, let's not go there. Seriously. One of the other dwarves pipes up. That's a place that has just erected itself in the last 10 years. Supposedly, a malignant force came off of the Shenandoah Plateau, and it's headed, now that it's free of the mountains, it's headed towards the east. He's holding something back. He's about to say something and he shut up. The other dwarves are just kind of tight-lipped about this. They seem like they're kind of scared. Like somebody knows there's a Balrog somewhere, but we're not going to talk about the Balrog. Maybe it'll go away and not fuck us over.
Let's see here. Trying to think of what to say.
It's all right. You want to get going? You want to head back to Reme? Reme sounds really good right now.
All right. Yeah, I'll admit the idea of going to a place where demons are purposely congregating is not the most comfortable idea I've ever thought of.
One of the other dwarves tells you, he's like, I had to deal with a succubus once, and I watched it wither my brother. It came for me, but I was able to destroy it with an iron sword, and I was surprised. I thought I watched my brother try to stab it with something else, and the metal kept glancing off like it was made of wood.
That's odd.
Come to find out, my iron sword actually did have a purpose.
Yeah.
So, the dwarves reunited with your party. Do you remember their names?
Sleepy, Dopey, and Doc.
No.
I think one of these dwarves is working for a succubus.
God, I hope not.
Me too.
All right. So, the new name.
Sorry, I muted. I didn't realize I was muted. I have their names written down in a file. I just can't pronounce it. Worth shit.
Okay, I forgot where I put those names at, and so I got my generator and I had it generate 4 more dwarven names. If you want me to delete that, I will. But I put that in gilded.
Yeah.
Want me to delete it?
Sure, because like I said, I already have the names written down. I
All right.
We literally have things like Dallasuric.
Okay.
I almost forgot. I actually have dwarves working on clearing out making the Undercity back at my place.
Yes. It's not really an undercity. It's just more of a segment of like you ever been to the no, you haven't been to the underground in Atlanta. There's a part of Atlanta, Georgia that it's called the underground. It's kind of a metro area, but back in the day, Atlanta had a portion of the city that was lower than what it is. And as Atlanta grew and built upon itself, it literally built upon itself. Cities do this a lot. Los Angeles has done this. New York City has done this.
Seattle.
And Atlanta. Say again, Six Nations?
Oh, Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle.
With its own.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. But you have a portion of the city that's being constructed to be safe for dwarves and give dwarves their own habitat. Not that they want separation, but it's just they sleep better when they're underground.
Yeah. Well, part of the idea was not just for the dwarves, but like basically double what I can get out of an area by building an underground, almost mirrored version underground. Plus, I'm also, I never told you that. Well, I wanted to have it built up so we could have surprise attack spots. People go in one tunnel and pop out another behind the enemy if we get attacked.
Having a place to run to is always nice.
So more than
Yeah.
a proper dungeon.
I mean, I'm no fool. I know this will take a while, but I've already got a way to help speed it up. Get a wizard or a cleric that can cast stone to flesh. It only covers a 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot area, but still, that's 10 feet. You don't have to chisel out. You can just even dig out by hand.
All right, so
Toss it on a spit. You got lunch.
Yeah.
Janet, as they lead you into the last
Hello.
alcove. Janet, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Can you hear me?
They lead you into the last alcove,
Yes.
and you see that there is a burial site. The burial site of Crusader Jenkin Mordhammer.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jenkins Warhammer.
Jenkin Mordhammer. He had a series of personal challenges that he was never fully able to overcome, but he was a dedicated warrior and servant of Mir. It was his request that the family that he had decide what would happen to his weapons and armor. And over the course of the years, bits and pieces of his legacy have either been given away or stolen, but the one thing they still retain to Amal is his shield.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that he had a very nice shield with it's a metal heavy shield, and still looks like it's in really good shape. Rita moves forward and she snatches the shield off his arm, unpries his hands from it, and she then says a small prayer and invocation to allow the spirit to rest as she bequeaths the shield onto you.
Oh, for real?
What's going to happen? If there's ever a situation where the church needs a representative to be armed with this, is it going to do us any good to have it on a dead corpse underneath Yallandir's hold? No, it's not. So Janet, she gave you a heavy steel shield. I'll just put this in the alpha test loot.
Heavy steel shield. Is there anything I need to know about it? I mean, am I able to carry it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And does it have any special abilities or anything?
Oh yeah, it's quite ensorcelled. And from now on, I'll be any magical bonuses. You'll be seeing them properly written in code. So I'm currently putting this up for you. So it's going to be a moment before I can get this put in.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
you hold it, you test it, and it feels right.
Is there anybody backstage?
No, not
Okay.
yet.
I thought I
Not
heard
I'm
a.
aware of.
I thought I heard a noise.
I offered Dan a spot, and I gave him a character sheet. But if he's unable to play, he's unable to play, and I'm sure I'll hear that at some point. I haven't seen him in the last couple weeks. I know he's been busy. I know him and his wife have had some problems with things, not with like real problems, but you know, whenever you have like a wife and then you have a sister that don't get along, and you want to keep peace and you love your sister, but you can't really see her too much because your wife and her just are like that. Well, that's kind of my situation with Dan. Dan's one of my friends, and my boss is his brother-in-law. So, and I used to work with Dan. Now I work with his brother-in-law, and we don't have any. There's between the men. There's no friction. We would go to Ojos Locos and go drink our asses off, tequilas all day, and not give a shit. But when the women get involved, for some odd reason, I love you, Latina ladies, but whew, something's wrong there. Like, I don't know.
It's not to piss them off. Find your junk being tossed out the window of a moving
It
car.
is really bad.
That's awful.
I'm just saying, like, there's some real issues with women. They just don't. They just,
So that X chromosome, dude.
I forgot what language it is, but there's a reason why in one particular language, the word crazy and woman are literally interchangeable.
I want to say it's Japanese. Either it's crazy or loud.
Yeah.
Well, we may be crazy, but what would you do without us?
Men would still be living in caves and throwing rocks to prove who's stronger.
At peace.
Oh, how lonely you'd be, though. Well, thank you for the shield. I will put it to good use.
All right, so the AC bonus of this shield will replace your current AC bonus of a shield you have right now. Do you have a heavy steel shield right now?
No, I don't have a shield at all.
Okay.
No, you had a masterwork shield.
I did because it's I'm looking at my it just says I have a masterwork chain armor, and I have boots.
Well, then you forgot to write it down, but we made we found a masterwork small shield and we gave it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't write it down then, but I have this written down right now.
What's up, soy base? Hopefully your stomach's doing
Yeah,
better.
man. I hope you're feeling better.
I caught a
Wash
cold.
your hands before you eat. From now on, maybe that'll keep you from getting a stomach ache.
Yeah, germs just make you stronger.
That's what women are around for.
Or we can use for the second pass.
To help you men stay healthier. So, I'll write it down.
All right, so I just put it into the alpha test loot.
Okay. But what's the AC so I can write it on my sheet?
You get a plus 25% to your AC bonus.
Wow, thank you.
Plus 25%.
25%.
A heavy steel shield gives you a plus 10 to your AC.
Mm-hmm.
You get a plus 15% when you're using this one.
So it's now 110%?
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. Okay.
That means the only way you get hit now is with bonuses.
Well, that's
Oh,
good.
there's a lot that will hit you.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not a lot that'll hit her. I'm just saying they have to be a certain thing before they can hit her. Or I should say certain things can no longer hit her is how I should actually rephrase that.
Without a bonus.
Yeah, they'll have to have a bonus or a prayer or something. And I don't know if you've seen the latest information on our rule set, but
Oh, you finished the arms and equipment guide?
no, god damn it. I'm trying so hard. I need more time in my week. So if there's you guys that are
What about the Cyanus handbook?
all right, and I just put that in the alpha test. If you want to know what the fuck Bruce is doing with this, mostly I've been putting together the domains for the cleric, and then they'll notice that there's no first level spell that are domain spells. Yeah, because they're so fucking pitiful. Like any god would be like, "I'll give you those mana points. I'll give you that ability." All right. So they hand you that steel shield. Isabu, this thing, it's from an earlier time. It was constructed about 170 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like somebody just opened up the Lucasfilm garage and gave you the Tucker.
Good.
This was once used when we last had the McRib sandwich.
Oh,
Use it
hail
well.
the McRib. One of the guys. I didn't like the McRib. They never put a toothpick of finickiness, nor did they put an extra roll of toilet paper in my bag, and I needed it. Man, I can't believe I started writing this fucking document 6 years ago. Wow.
A whole history of the long forgotten franchise wars. The founder.
Okay. Well, Jeremy, if there's anything that you could feel better about, then it's this small token item here. At least you didn't wake up today and decide to destroy a Tesla vehicle. You at least kept your wits about you. So, oh, wow. Okay, I see where I need to fix that. All right. So, once you do that, Janet, what do you plan on doing next?
We don't have any foes or anything, right? Around us. I'm gonna go and try to find the rest of my party.
Okay. Once you conclude your business
Mhm.
at the how do I need a name for an orphanage.
They
All
should
right.
name it after the two sisters.
And that's at the St. Now, is that St. Justin's Home of the Relieved Children? Next door to the orphanage is a hospice.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go there and just tour around and say, hey.
So there's like a hospital place for people that are sick.
Oh, yeah, they have an old folks home.
Okay, well, I'll go there. I'd like to go from one room to the other and pray with them and
It's
talk to
kind
them,
of
visit.
kind of a big location. I don't know if you just said conjugal visit or not. My brain went somewhere.
No.
Okay. It went somewhere last night too, because you said you were working the polls, and I'm like, okay.
Bruce,
So,
I want to go visit, and if
you
there's
missed
a
out on
common room, if there's a common room where a bunch of them are already at, I can just go and sit with them in there and stuff too.
there is a common room. Six Nations, what did you say?
Oh, you missed out on a good name. So I did a quick brave search for names for orphanages. Not everyone got the message, so this is what we came.
Wow.
No, that isn't appropriate, but it's funny.
You're right. It's funny as shit.
It's a great song too.
Oh shit! I can't let that slide.
The Kid Depot. Oh shit. Sounds like something out of Charles Dickens.
Damn it, Janet. I thought that would make y'all laugh.
Yeah, it was funny. I get lots of eggs. I'm lucky.
One day it will be a reality.
Oh, we get most of our eggs fresh.
We are working on getting rid of the ban for chickens raised within the city limits. Because normally out in the boonies you can have chickens, but city folk get all weird with their HOA rules and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a video on an HOA earlier that there was a farm next to this town, and developer bought the property up to the farm, and in the property he put a development, and they immediately installed an HOA. And then the HOA started telling the farmer he had to stop farming and start getting his equipment under maintenance. Then they had to, like, there's certain growing seasons for certain crops that he had to abide by. But the HOA, their property doesn't extend on the farmer's property. It goes up to it and doesn't extend over it. And the guy that was narrating this mentioned the property issue. It wasn't their property. They had no business to tell him anything. He mentioned it like angrily 10 times throughout the course of the video, perfectly encapsulating my feeling towards HOAs the whole time. If I can find it again, I'll post it. It's fucking great.
Well, look in Gilded. I posted something in there. You can. I'm rubbing it in a little.
Now, do you have different chickens that poop out different colors of eggs, or
Yep.
what?
I have
How do I? How do
Easterners, and
how do
I have Leghorns. You know, I have
how do I get the brown eggs?
cinnamons. Well, you can get cinnamons or you can get cochins. There's a
Okay.
few other different ones, but I like having a variety of colors. So
How many chickens you got?
I have 9 hens and 1 rooster, the big ones, and then I have 1 little pullet hen and then 2 little roosters for the small eggs. Bantams. Pretty, huh? See the dark brown? Those are cochin. They're almost like brick red. Beautiful.
Are they tastier than the white eggs, or do they all taste the same?
I can't really tell a difference, but if you did the testing on the nutrients inside the egg, like the yolks are golden yellow, not just
I
pale yellow.
I personally believe there is a difference, especially when you do cooking, like more than just cooking them straight. Like when you add them to cakes and things like that, there's more, for lack of a better term, life in the cake, and omelets turn out puffier and more light. Scrambled
Mm-hmm.
eggs are much easier to make. Because I've tried making scrambled eggs with both store-bought eggs and fresh eggs. For lack of a better term, fresh eggs are lighter and easier to work with. Tastier, if you ask me, too.
The thing is, did you see
They taste better.
my one video that I posted with my chicken I rescued, Tyson, about how big she is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, the sad thing is that she gets up there and tries to lay in a nest with the other eggs because chickens want to lay eggs where other chickens have been sitting, right? Because there's an egg there, so it must be a good nest. But she crushes the eggs because she's so fat. So I had to buy nesting pads. They're like, they sit under it, so when the chicken sits on it, the full weight isn't on there because she's as heavy as a turkey.
Yeah.
She's so,
That's the
she's so
Tyson
fat.
chicken.
Yeah, I named her Tyson, but she
What?
waddles around because she's just huge. And that's from all
She's
the
bred for
injections.
meat.
Yeah, she's bred to. By the time she was 6 weeks old, is when they were taking her to be slaughtered, and she was already big. She was already bigger than other chickens at 6 weeks old, and now she's real fat and juicy. But you know, she's getting around, and she takes dirt baths, and she seems to loving it. And she's laying eggs. The cream light peachy color ones that you saw in there, those are her eggs. What her colors looks like.
Okay.
And it'd be so cool though if I can get one of her chicks, get her to hatch out some of her eggs, so I can see whether her chicks have the same disability as she has, or whether it's just because of all the stuff they put into her.
Well, the chicks will still be on the bigger side, but they shouldn't be as big as her.
I think if she does end up going broody and wanting to sit on some eggs, I think she'd be a really good mama. I hope she does, if she does. But usually, after being bred that way and raised that way, they don't go broody anymore. That's why they use hatcheries to hatch eggs, because
Yeah.
moms don't. They stop going broody. That's why I like having the little chickens, because the bantams, they're always wanting to sit on eggs. So as soon as she starts to get that way again, I'll put some more eggs under her and see if I can get one of Tyson's babies, a couple of them. We'll see what happens, but I'm excited about it. But they are pretty. I like having beautiful colors, because I have light blue, a light green, and then light browns and peach, white, and dark brown.
I've had a couple of light blue
Okay,
eggs. I'm not sure what.
enough about it. That's it's gosh, I'm trying to remember how you pronounce it. It starts with an A, but I can't pronounce the type of chicken that lays them. Because remember, they became famous when that one lady that went to jail for insider trading. What was her name? Martha Stewart. She used to have these type of eggs, chickens, and she'd have beautiful blue and green eggs. So that's why I decided I wanted Easter eggers myself.
So
Yeah, if you can get them from an actual farm.
yeah, we've got some organic people all around the town here. You just drive around the outside, especially south side of town in Atascosa County or southern Bexar County, for those of you that see and spell.
If people bring me leftover bread and stuff from the restaurant, I guess give them a dozen eggs. Because I feed it to my chickens, leftovers.
Right
Yeah.
now, we've got a like a real. I don't know how to say this without saying like we're in really a good spot, but this price has stayed steady for the past week,
Mm-hmm.
and these are usually the eggs I get. They didn't have them last time, but 60 of them for $20.09. They're size eggs, size A, large whites.
Mm-hmm.
5 dozen of them for $20.09. That's 33 cents an egg. Now there can be places where you buy them cheaper, like 20 cents an egg, but that's really not down here in San Antonio. This is the floor right now for prices.
I miss the days when they were, under 15 for 60 eggs.
I miss
Man, that was a glory day of omelets.
Oh my god! It's nothing for me to have 4 or 5 eggs at a time. I mean, $7.97 for 12 eggs. That's kind
I
of
keep
crazy.
a dozen boiled eggs all the time in my refrigerator.
Janet, you're going to make yourself a fine wife one of these days.
But they're good and healthy for you.
It's cheap protein.
Loaded with protein.
Right? Or it used to be
Double
cheap.
A, KP, large brown for $4.53, $4.43.
Gary's funny.
My buddy Martha Stewart, how dare you talk about her? I'm kidding about Martha Stewart. Yeah, she got stolen off by that black fella.
Yeah.
I remember when there was nothing but looked like romance photos between her and what was it? Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, her and Snoop Dogg were making photos together, and I'm like, are those two fucking?
She was probably just cooking for him. He is enjoying it.
He's enjoying the shit out of that.
Yeah, she's a good cook.
Oh, wow, yippee yo, yippee yay.
I could see a man falling in love with a woman because she's a good cook.
Martha Stewart's put together fairly well. The fact she cooks is the icing on that cake.
Speaking of cake.
All right, so specifically the blue eggs are more expensive, but they're better for you. I believe Gary money.
But inside the eggs, when you crack open all the different colored eggs, they have the same color on the inside. They're all white on the inside. Where baby chicks grow.
All right.
Just stay away from the cat egg. Oh.
So, Janet, once you head back towards the boat, you notice that your friends have made their way back towards the docks of Yalndir. A lot of activity here. You see that there's a group of individuals, look like some longshoremen, unloading the boat. Looks like the city guard is heavily involved in the unloading of this boat, or the observation of the unloading of the boat. And then as you get closer, you kind of crane your neck to hear what's going on, but you can hear plenty on the wind. And one of the guardsmen is telling one of the other guardsmen, make sure these guys, they empty out everything onto our holding barge and then get them all braceleted together. We're going to march them down to the jail. We'll figure this out tomorrow. It is all at the end of our shift. If we go any further, then more than likely we're going to be stuck on a 16 and not an 8. Do you want that? No, sir. Then fucking do what I said. You hear a bunch of grumbling from him and the other guards. The criminals seem to be really pissed off and upset. You meander down the docks about another 300 feet. And as you pass by, a carriage, you hear a guy say, "Excuse me, miss. Excuse me, miss.
Yes. What can I do for you?
Hi. I'm Barack Gaston, and I don't know if you're from here or not, but I've noticed that you've done quite a bit of work here today with the Church of Mir.
Yes.
My uncle was once a proud paladin of your faith, and it's why I was waiting for you here. You're getting ready to board the boat, the barge headed for Reme right there, right?
Yes.
Do you have an adventuring party that you travel with?
Yes.
Would you and your men be ready to meet me at the at, at the Tasty Pumpkin? It's a dining hall on the south side of Elm Street at Main and Elm.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be more than happy to pay for your food and your beverages tonight, but I have urgent needs to talk to all of you.
Can I ask your name?
Yes, I've already said it. It's Barack Gaston.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I'm gonna write it down real quick so I can tell my my travel mates.
As you're seeing this, like, you notice that like a lot of the dock side buildings are taverns, and see like lots of swinging wooden signs with signs of like the dice. So it must be gambling den. There's some places that they don't have a marquee, but there's women leaning against the building, kind of like they're just kind of on display. You kind of wonder if that's a home of ill repute. You notice that there's a few men, a few very effeminate men. All you can think of is that whenever these men get into a situation, they bite pillows.
Mm-hmm.
But you see that the dockside here is really not a place you want to discuss too much.
No, and I'll tell him that we'll see him. What time again for dinner?
I would like dinner to be in an hour and a half at the Tasty Pumpkin.
Tasty Pumpkin. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell them.
Right. So as Isabu gets onto the boat,
I'm gonna tell my the guys that someone wants to meet with us. They have something important to share with us, and they want to buy us dinner.
And I'll go ahead and tell Mongoose that gentlemen at the Posters and Traders Guild would like to speak at him about potential cattle. So anytime after 1400 or 2 o'clock. And then there's that gentleman in the glassworks area. I need to go visit sometime. So what time is dinner?
He wants to buy us dinner in an hour and a half from right now at the place called the Tasty Pumpkin.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I might be able to conclude my business with the gentleman at the glass shop then. I'll meet you guys at the Tasty Pumpkin then.
Okay.
So, once you leave the party, what are you doing, Lemmy?
Going back to the glass shop to chat with the gentleman who apparently is the local purveyor of illicit goods. He was interested in some of my jewels. I'd like to see what I could get for him.
How much poundage of jewels do you have?
What was it? I think it was about 800 silver's worth. See if I can trade it for something special he might have. An odd trinket or two.
Mm-hmm.
Says I've got a couple things here and there. What would you have in mind? He opens up his curio cabinet, and you see that there's other locations, other goods, other items here too. Small things, small knickknacks here and there.
What do you got on wearable items, rings, amulets, that sort of thing? Anything in that category?
Well, I have this interesting piece right here. This is a he lets you see a brooch that's made, and looks like it's a maple leaf. It's supposed to pin like a tunic or cape to a tunic. But this is a brooch, and it's got a magical aura about it. It also helps you defend yourself and protects you against the most basic of magic attacks.
And what would you ask for it?
Well, keep in mind that I'm going to give you, with these gems that you have here and the jewelry that you have assembled, I'm going to give you a credit of 400 silvers on this. And this brooch is not completely full. It's had some attacks on it before, but I'd be willing to let it go for 200 silver, and with all of your gems. You think about it for a second, and that's about right, because a freshly completed brooch of shielding should be roughly about 750 to 800 silver.
Yeah, that sounds decent. Something that's small, lightweight, and portable.
Oh yeah, there's not even.
There's a magical defense. I'm happy with that.
All right. Copying information so I can put it into the loot. And currently, it has 90 points of damage of absorption for magic missiles. So that is for Lemmy. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, and the fact that he's a former member of the Ebony Hand, right?
The rumor is
So I'll gently broach the subject on that with Little Bird told me that you might know of the Ebon Hand out of.
yeah, it I don't want to, like, I just had business to do with you. And while I do appreciate the business, there's been word out of Dun Eamon that you guys went to war against some former colleagues of mine. And not that I am going to be happy or sad about that. Obviously, not everybody within any organization is going to be an absolute angel or devil. But, my past that I left up there is up there for a reason. I made my way down here. Unfortunately, down here is really not much different. I've got problems between the Gaston Chesic thieves. I've got problems from the fucking Red Thumbs. I've got problems from the City Guard. Everybody wants to pin me as being a sympathizer to one group or being favorable to this other group. I'm just here to make money. I've got a couple of ladies here that have become rather fertile, and I have to split my time between both houses. It's the most painful thing I ever did, but I became honest and I told them about each other. And after the initial rage, they understand, and they understand I want to be a father to the children which I've laid. And so I just kind of make time for that. And a lot of people are now discovering that I'm really not there for their agenda. I came down here with an agenda just to get rid of that. I thought that I thought hundreds of miles would fix things. No, didn't fix anything.
That's understandable.
Let me guess. The person that asked you about that was Olean, right?
Yeah.
A little halfling shit. The rat hole has always been a problem because of the one time that my luck turns against me. There's a person there with a long memory. Actually, my luck has been shit since I got in this town. I'm still alive. That's great. Unfortunately, something became pregnant twice. This isn't about me. What can I do for you, sir? What can you possibly want to know about the Ebon Union?
Are they still active in the area?
Here? Down here.
Mhm.
Over. Oh. Okay. I'm trying not to have a seizure, but I'm just going to say that we are quite a distance away from Broadwater and most definitely Dun Eamon, right? We're over 700 miles away from Dun Eamon. And there's a bunch of little settlements they're still having trouble with that are within 75 miles of Broadwater. They can't get people to turn in their dues. They can't get people to be loyal. They can't stop people with a bit of inspiration to stop splitting off and doing their own thing and being another set of bandits in the woods to fuck with people, most notably themselves. And all they do is just have this circular game of kicking each other all the time. and you're worried about me 800 miles away from that shithole if I'm still affiliated with them? Affiliated once was, yes. Currently, no. And I'm interested in the future? No, not at all. I don't mind being a fence, but I'm independently operating, and I'd like to keep it that way. I'm paranoid as hell. My my sources are paranoid as hell, and I've heard that you guys went up to Dun Eamon on business of the guild, and you went to war. First thing you did was go to war against the Ebon Union, which I thought, wow, if that's not a group with some sand.
Trying not to crack up here.
No, that was the first thing we heard you did. You guys went straight to war with them. Fuck it. We're belligerent sailors. Let's go pummel the shit out of these poor people on the waterfall.
Well, I can respect your private your choice to be an independent fence.
I mean, listen,
I
if
appreciate that.
I wanted to be involved with it, I'd be down at the docks on one of those buildings there, right next to the roast beef hooker, and I could have myself everything I needed to be involved with all the organized crime I needed. All I'm doing right now is just making it to where somebody can unload their ill-gotten gains. The city guard, they come, they get their take. The city fucking treasury comes by, gets their take. And the little guild people for various affiliations, they come by and they get their take. And then I get to keep my pence, and I'm all right. And when he says that, you hear a little bit of snark behind that last part.
Right. Well, I've taken up enough of your time, and you probably have other business
You
to attend to.
have, but I'm curious. You're from Reme. What the fuck did you come up here for? You're from Reme. Do you understand that? I don't mind hanging out in the fucking 73rd level of hell, but whenever I'm done, I'm going to go back to Elysium and finger my ass. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. Like you just had to go rut somewhere, and I'm completely just wanting to go like find the bottoms of society. Let me go up to this shithole city that's a flagstone slicked by a waterfall and hang out there, beat up on the local thieves guild. What did you guys do up there? Let me guess. Guild business, right?
Contracted to go up and solve a problem, and came across your former associates
No matter what,
who were in league with that.
no matter what you do or what you're doing or trying to do, whenever you go up, whenever you go there in that town, the locals, whoever's in power, they're always going to take it offense that some exterior guild or organization or office wants to nose in and see what's going on. What are you doing here in this miserable, mist-soaked shithole of a city? Why does anybody care?
Right.
I don't get it. You know, but
Right now, we're just biding time till we get a trip back home.
okay. Wait. Was there a lady on your boat that goes by the name of Barbara?
Yeah. Piece of work. That one there.
Yeah. You have a friend on your crew by the name of Tomas?
Yes.
All right. She put a hit out for him for 1,000 silver.
Oh,
Nobody's taken it yet. one of the contractors asked me if I still was involved with my crossbow as much as I used to be, and I said, no, not really. And they said, well, this one here is an easy one because it's just a set of visitors on a ship. Oh, it's just a ship, then just fucking sink it. Well, it's a guild ship. Oh, well, fuck you. And that's the main mentality behind this entire endeavor. I don't know what Tomas did to Barbara. Barbara threw out the coin first and then said what she needed. Apparently, her sterling personality wasn't noticed by anybody else. I thought she's a cunt.
Yeah, well, trying to pilfer our shit. She got what she deserved, and I guess now she's decided otherwise.
Okay. No hard feelings. Appreciate you. Come back here when you're next in town. Things will be less hostile,
Yeah,
at least between us.
your business does well, and good luck with the missus.
No, I don't need any more luck with this. I've got myself a hole I can't get out of. Did you hear the part where I said not one but two? Two separate,
Yeah.
and I have to split time? If I was a 60-year-old man, I would just tell you to stab me and finish it now. I don't hurt that bad yet. When I ache that bad, I'll talk to you. All right. So, where are you going to go now?
I'm gonna go to the tavern where everybody else is supposed to meet. Little, and then hit up Tomas with the potential threat of assassination. Hopefully, we don't side quest ourselves.
Well, I'd like to think that, in all honesty, for the type of game that I want to run, I like to have a game where the players have an organization they kind of control, they're part of, and they're able to dictate, at least with limited degree of where they're going next, what they're doing. To me, that's really important.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you guys are able to do that, and you've got a group of people behind you that give you assistance. They're not the main focus, but they're kind of like the NPCs in the background. I think that's pretty fucking good. And I try not to let these guys take over the main parts of the battle, main parts of the campaign. All right. So when you get over to the Tasty Pumpkin, first off, when you get to the Tasty Pumpkin, the way the city square is set up, you have the blocks that come together. Like, here's a city manhole cover right here. The exterior of the Red Plum, which is a garishly decorated red brick and stucco building that is 5 stories tall, easily the tallest building within the city. And it looks like it's got little magical symbols on it. And if you guys stare at it long enough, it literally looks like you have little bitty Chef Boyardee doing the chef's kiss and then blowing little hearts into the air about a foot away from the building. About every 40 seconds, you'll see a couple of those happen. Across the street, there's Germain Pawn Shop. And then over here you have the game room, which is literally a gambling and game hall. And next door to that is the Tasty Pumpkin, which is kind of a dusty. The door springs need oil. The hinges need oil. The tables could be wiped down.
So the restaurant with the most real food. Got it.
The
I mean-
then over here, there's another building, but inside the Tasty Pumpkin, it looks like the Rainforest Cafe had a baby with Bucky's Kitchen. Bucky's, the Texas roadside fuel stop and country store, known for brisket and other various meat tacos. When you get the Tasty Pumpkin, the first thing you see is the large amount of vines and greenery along the walls. They don't believe in having a quote unquote a clean or hygienic restaurant, as according to others. But this is not in the age of a bureaucracy which is known exactly its bounds, and so the laws here do not go against having an entire wall of grapevine on one side of the building. On the other side of the building, it looks like they've got some tiki torches from Jurassic Park 4. You also hear in the back in the kitchen what sounds to be like a baby Allosaurus getting butt fucked and its head removed.
Oh,
Only you would go, aw. The rest of us are like, I wonder what the chuck tastes like.
I went to like Bubba Gump's or Rainforest Cafe in the city, and trying to picture that with like Bucky's all crammed together.
Well, it's kind of different because the Rainforest Cafe heavily stresses a vegan, miserable diet. They might have fun, almost beef burgers, but it's not the same. Whereas Bucky's is a place for Martha Stewart to pull her Cadillac Escalade over and refuel and refill everything, and while she's at it, to put a barbecue beef brisket sandwich in her mouth, and while she's at it, fuck it, just get some brunch brisket tacos as well. And so you have two competing chefs in the back. One that says vegetables are the best, and the other one that says, no, I eat the food that endangers your plants. And therefore, it's a Eton chef, basically. Not really an Eton, but literally that's the business model for the kitchen. The Tasty Pumpkin is not doing
And you're still spending $40 on a fancy glass drink.
$40, try 80. And then there your kids. Your kid says,
Jesus.
I'd like some orange juice. Well, that'll be an extra $15 for 6 ounces. And you get to watch it as our 80-pound waitress tries to squeeze the orange juice out of these 3 oranges, and then she will blend the peel into the drink, and your child will have the most miserable orange drink ever known to man. The peel's the best part of it. It's delicious for you. Oh, excuse me. It's most nutritious for you. Yes, nutritious. Your contact arrives.
Mhm.
Hi.
Awesome.
So, Mr. Lemmy, how are you? Welcome to the Rainforest Cafe. My cousin has a stake within this facility, so that's why I thought we'd come here and eat. It is kind of expensive, though.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why we were here.
Most people come in town and they think, oh, let's go to the Red Plum. I'd rather you not. I'd rather you never eat the Red Plum.
Why?
Janet, when you look over at the Red Plum, you're looking at a freshly constructed and newly franchised Texas Roadhouse, which is sitting next to 17 aging, decrepit, barely open mom and pop restaurants which have never changed their menu in the past 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you see.
Okay.
Franchise.
Mind you, the Red Plum has serious money behind it.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that will scream all day and all night about the locally grown wheat with the rich tomato sauce, which are grown right here within the valley area. And they have hearty meatballs from beef of the herds that march through the city. And it just came to the city about 8 months ago. They bought the entire block that's on. They fixed the sewers connecting to that block. And all of a sudden, Yellow Deer has these nobles from other places coming to town, camping for a week at the various inns, and eating at the Red Plum exclusively. It's supreme snobbery-ness and the metropolis mindset that could be found in Reme or other shithole large cities. And you have music of a string quartet that's in there at all times. Living people, not automatrons, not quasi-magical creations, not some barely functional showbiz pizza animatronics. Nope. There's a group of about 12 men and women that are here. 8 of them are off duty at any given time, and the other 4 are strumming away at the Red Plum. And they're probably in the top 15% of the fucking city's wage earners. Those fucking musicians. Because that's all they do. They go to the Red Plum and they play. Now, whenever Quinn hears that, Quinn's like, really? I've got myself and a dwarven quartet, and we can really turn some heads. Dwarves? No, fuck you. We don't like percussion. This is the city of glass. We don't need dwarven percussionists. You want to rattle the city apart? Destroy everything we've worked hard for? The dwarves would agree. Yeah, probably not. Okay, so... And that's one thing you guys are noticing while you're sitting at the Tasty Pumpkin. You're seeing an almost constant stream of carriages pull up in the afternoon, and they're unloading crates of red bottles of wine. Who's the elf? Boo, are you half elf or no? Boo? Are you muted?
No, I'm not. I'm not half elf.
Okay.
That's why I didn't answer. So I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Okay. If you guys had like keen senses and could see like super crisp, super far, I'd let you know that you recognize the label on the bottles about 500 feet away. Yeah, those are Rimnos River Valley wine bottles that are typically 75 silvers a bottle, and then there's some Gilboa bottles of wine. Some of our family names are on those wine bottles, but
So
the red plum orders only red wine.
okay, so from where we grew up,
Yeah,
just saying, okay.
yeah, they've even got some local wines from you guys getting shipped in there. The
Okay.
red plum,
Right.
by the way, the guy you're talking to, do you remember his name, Lemmy?
His
No,
name
I
was
forgot it.
Barack. Isn't that Barack or whatever Cardone?
Barack Gaston.
Castone.
Gaston. Just think of Gaston
Gaston.
from
I
Okay.
spelled it
Belle
wrong.
and the Beast. Big Beauty.
I was just going to call him Barry.
So he's like Bush's character's picture on
Yeah.
his profile. Gaston.
What I like about him
Hussein
most,
Gaston.
yeah, his last name's Gaston.
Mm-hmm.
What I like about the most is that I watched a video not long ago where the guy that was at the Magic Kingdom, he was getting kind of petted by this convention or the amusement park goer. This lady was petting Gaston because she was just like wanting to get drippy wet with him. And he's probably 21, 25, absolutely sells it as a virtuous man. Ma'am, you need to leave. She's like, what? No, I really like you. And he's like, you need to leave the park now. And he pulls his radio out and is like, I have a guest that requires immediate removal.
Wow.
Yeah. And the bad thing is, like, she was a looker, but she completely lost her fucking mind.
That was a different Gaston.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to give you a little clue here, Soy Based Jeremy, because I know you don't have this up in your neck of the woods, and that's all right. That's fine. But you come down south of I-20, and what you want to do is you want to stop by one of these local gator stops, and you want to find some place that sells you gator tail. They come in fried chicken nugget sized pieces. They kind of taste like chicken nuggies. They're really fucking alligator, and they're really fucking delicious. The more I think about it, the more I want to, like, after I get off work, just take off at a bat out of hell on I-35 and pick up like 4 servings of it. Get like 4 family servings of alligator tail, and that'll cost me like $40-50. Roughly, it's equivalent of like getting 35 or 40 chicken tendies. But alligator tail is one of the most delicious fried foods ever. It's just right now I need to not be putting so much fried food in my body. I'm trying to drop weight. I'm trying to quit smoking. Yay, I haven't smoked all day. You know, it's been one of those things where, you know, the vices popped up and, okay, I can keep drinking. I probably need to quit having all this really bad junk food. And I need to quit having all these cigarettes.
Yeah, I gotta quit smoking myself.
Fucking walking up 4 flights of stairs with stuff sucks.
Yeah. I've always wanted to try alligator. I've never had it.
Alligator tail is worth it.
It's good. It's a little bit greasier.
Yeah.
Than your average chicken.
You'll go for it again. You'll go for it twice. Recommend
stuff,
a hearty mustard-based barbecue sauce instead of like a honey-based barbecue sauce, though. For some odd reason, it seems to go better with that. If it's a potato product, the sweet-based, honey-based barbecues are great. But if it's like a chicken tender or alligator bite, I love mustard-based barbecue sauces.
A friend, yeah, it was. Can't remember exactly who it was. A friend of mine or a family member. His mom made a mustard barbecue, honey mustard barbecue sauce. That was really good. Of course, if I could afford it, I'd put honey mustard on everything.
Um,
It works really well with salmon.
yeah, you need to try it on salmon whenever you get that dinner planned out. Seriously, let us know what you think.
No, they'll have to do that.
Well, once you finish off, a few appetizers with this guy, Brock tells you, he says, "I've got a problem, and mainly it's the fact that the city guard is really good at what they do. I've heard you guys are ready to leave town in a couple days, but we'd like to see what would happen if possibly you'd want to take another 700 pounds of some materials that they consider contraband here, because unfortunately the city just arrested the other group that operates here in town. And Six Nations, just you walking around town, talking with people for a few hours, you recognize that there's a group of thieves called the Red Thumbs, and then there's another group of thieves called the Stone Six. And you're thinking that hold on, I'm getting it spelled out for you. The name of the guild that is needing
Sorry.
the name of the guild that's needing help is Gaston Chessex. And then you have the Red Thumbs, and they've been putting the screws to them by leaning heavily on city guard, and they've captured a few people that know things and know locations. So we're just trying to get some wiggle room here, so we're not pinched completely out of the way. And we figure, well, you're the guild. Nobody would really suspect you guys, right?
One would think. We really want to call these guys Gaston Sleazebacks.
I know, right?
Lizard people.
Listen, people.
So these Red Thumbs, they've got the city guard.
I thought those were slee stacks.
These are slee stacks.
Oh, okay.
Not to be confused with Gaston Chessex.
Chesticles.
I'm eventually gonna have to watch fucking Land of the Lost again just to see that horrible show. I'm currently trying to watch the remaining half season of Babylon 5. Season 5 is a climb. I love season 3.
Do
It's a
they have
slug.
a kid? Do they end up having a kid?
Probably in the lore they do, but I haven't seen that yet. I want to get done with it so I can finish watching The Rookie. The Rookie's really good in my opinion. At least the first 2 seasons are good. It's Nathan Fillion. I'm not gonna completely say, oh, it's absolute dropaholics. He can save us. He can save us.
I'm Bill Party.
Say again?
I'm Bill Party
Yeah.
from Slither. Classic.
I would love it if J.K. Rowling would make a TV series based just on Hogwarts. I've watched a little bit of the video game, and I think there's a lot that you could just milk for story ideas, characters out of that. That'd be 12 episode season. You could do 12 hours per year and make all the fans of Harry Potter happy. You could draw in new fuckers like myself. It looks like a good show.
Oh yeah, and that reminds me, there's this movie
You're
coming
king,
out. I don't know if it's
Harry.
I don't know when, and I don't know if it's actually any good. But the premise of the idea is you sign up to be an expendable while exploring space. But what the part they don't, well, unless you read the fine print, the main character didn't. You are going to die. That is literally your purpose.
Sure.
But they literally clone you with all your memories of how you died, so you don't die that way again.
Okay.
This is a movie.
Paranoia meets Hogwarts.
Yeah. Well, it's not Hogwarts, but you're in space. The character's in space. This, I feel, would have been a golden opportunity for a TV series. The character just dies and keeps coming back because, well, that's literally his purpose now. That would have made an amazing TV series.
Mickey 17 was the movie, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That just came out with
The guy who played the Hulk
what's
in
his
the
name
new
from Twilight?
Avengers.
Yeah. Oh, soy based.
He's actually the bad guy in this
I know
movie.
about him. He actually has or had a YouTube channel. Last time I saw him was during COVID. He was a good-looking dude too. Before he decided to put that mortar on top of his head and nearly kill himself.
How did that happen? In real life?
In real life, yeah. It exploded, blew off half his face. He's had reconstructive surgery.
And who is this guy?
He used to be a Gaston impersonator for Disneyland.
I don't know.
Poor guy.
And then I guess he started a YouTube channel after that. Game reviews
Really?
and stuff. I forget his name.
Just look up half blown up Gaston.
Oh. So, once we finish with this, with the appetizer, he says, so what I need is I just need your cooperation on this. And if I could have a loan I need about 5,000 silvers to get the ability to buy the lawyer and defense I need, because the city has set a court date for me. They allowed me to release on recognizance, but it's completely bankrupted me. And I would love to have the ability to be able to fight this, but I fear that if I don't have the money available, I would be in your debt. I would be completely within your debt, and I would be able to pull local guild
I look him
resources.
straight in the eye. I look him straight in the eye and say, "Do you like gambling houses and brothels?"
Uh, I mean, we have them here. Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
no. I am slowly building. Well, right now it's a settlement, but I'm going to build it into. Um, hey, Bruce, what in this land would be considered Las Vegas?
The combination between Reme and Boulder's Gate.
Okay.
I don't really
Well,
have a good miniature for this guy. I'm trying to get one. I'm going to swap figures
okay.
because the fishmonger wasn't really good. I'm going to put this guy instead, and I'll show you a picture of what he looks like in sitting next to you at the table.
I'll explain to him. I'm going to not be stupid in building this place. It's going to be hopefully bigger than Boulder's Gate in the end, which means I will attract people such as you. My plan is to have you guys in place beforehand to cut down on theft to begin with, because your job primarily will be to collect the money from the gambling houses, make sure cheaters are taught a lesson, and those that don't pay their bill in the brothel.
I just need
Oh,
5,000
Sweet
silver.
Jesus.
Pay their and those that don't pay their bill in the brothel also get taught a lesson as to what happens. Not necessarily death, just reminded what happens when they don't pay their tab.
Oh, I understand it. I was kind of given the same deal with the red thumbs because I didn't realize, but I had acquired a girlfriend at one of the waitresses at one of the local bars had been getting close to me. And one night I was just having a horrible evening, and she said, "I'll take care of the tab." And I didn't mean when he pulls his left hand out of his pants. Finally, after like about 40 minutes of like sitting there eating with you with his right hand only, his left hand is missing his ring finger.
oh, what happened? She
Well,
cut it off.
Yeah, learned to less.
Well,
Cut his finger off
she
after she caught him cheating.
she found out that I was cheating, and therefore some of the men of the Red Thumbs let me know that she was part of their dancing girl uh, uh, outfit, and I had already ideas for my friends of the Gaston She Sticks to start their own dancing girls cabaret, and I asked her if she wanted to be part of that. And she didn't really find it nice that I was asking her this when I had like makeup from my other girlfriend on my face and penis. And so I was taken down to their alley, and they let me know that we were not going to have a competing cabaret guild. And then they took my ring finger just to show people that I can't commit, because that's apparently how they treat people from where they're from. We're peace loving people. We are a happy city. We don't really embrace the morals and standards of people from the outside with buckets and buckets of gold, and there's just coming all over our daughters and ruining our community. And I have to ask you, this invasion feels so forced. I've never been feeling so powerless in my life, and I feel that they're going to completely take over the culture of the city in the next 5 or 6 years. We're going to have nothing here. I'll have to borrow a tracksuit.
So we're basically being told that quite possibly a Eastern European mob is coming in and laying pipe.
Well, it sounds like the same thing that happens every big city. New people come in, and old people move out.
And if the dude looks like Zelensky,
Say again? Yeah, he looks like a Zelensky, complete with the shitty, barely a man beard, barely a man mustache.
time to go back to Gilboa, close the borders, raise some tariffs.
Well, all I know is I don't have a lot of money, so even if I wanted to help him, I just donated $1,000 to the church. So
Don't tell me you don't have any money. I'm looking at that armsman on your left-hand side there. That's a beautiful shield. What is that?
it was given to me.
Centurion?
It was given to me by the church after I donated $1,000 for the help them with the children at the orphanage, or 1,000 silver.
You guys are so selfish. You're not even thinking about us here. We're going to lose children. We're going to lose our families.
Calling me selfish after I just told you I donated 1,000 silver that I just earned for the orphanage to help them rebuild
You bought a shield.
by themselves.
That's what that
No,
was. That was
they
a
gave me the shield as a gift. You sound very used to getting what you want and spoiled in lots of ways. That's what you sound like to me. You cheat on your woman and you throw a fit and throw a tantrum because you got your finger chopped off, and you're trying to tell me I'm not a good person. Sound like
the wait staff comes by, and the ladies let the track-suited one know that they'll be needing his chair for the next party. And then they set down a round of beers for the rest of you, and he leaves. Yep. He leaves.
Yep.
Ladies look at you and smile, and they say, I don't care what they say about the red thumb, or about the red plum. Healthy business means that you have competition and you're having to innovate and get better. That's all it is. Anyway.
Yeah, well, the moment he turned into a whiny little bitch, I lost interest in him.
This is the part where we start talking about diplomacy.
Do I just rewind Janet's stream from last night and go into about Eastern Bloc hedge fund manager?
Well, he just sounded like he was wanting something, but
5,000 silver.
But he doesn't clean the place. He doesn't take care of it. It's his place, supposedly.
He's a fencer, supposedly.
Okay, well, all I know is that he just didn't seem like someone who was trying to run a business or anything, or do a good job at it.
Oh, if typically a fencer can make good money if he's able to maintain his affairs, but you don't think he's maintaining his affairs.
No, he doesn't sound like it. Sounds like he's selfish and spent too much on himself.
It sounds like he's.
So, you guys will enjoy the beers. They give you some chips and salsa. Six Nations heads off with one of the wait staff. See the other lady, kind of give her a funny look. And then you guys get a round of beers again. Quinn starts to sing a couple songs. And you guys note that a lot of people start tapping their feet as Quinn gets a very catchy beat with his boot, and he's providing them almost like Vivaldi sense of arpeggios off of the mandolin he carries.
Well, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to start dancing a little bit just around the table. So I need to relax a little bit.
One of the young men at one of the nearby tables sees a pretty lass jump up and start dancing in her armor, and he stands up, and you note that he's got some ceremonial gear on, but it looks like he is a member of the Church of Mitra, which is a newer church that's happened in the last 500-600 years. But the Church of Mitra, most of the people are really good. There's a lot of developing situations coming out of the church, but all in all, the young men that they recruit from the small towns seem to be the pure of heart that they're going for, and seems to be kind of like the paladin church for the new age. He goes up and he asks, or he gestures to you, can he have this dance?
Well, of course.
He
Thank
starts
you.
he starts dancing with you, and the two of you kind of just spin around and pirouette through the tables over the next 7 minutes through Quinn's song as he does these flourishes and finales. You kind of get high from the amount of velocity that your young man can help you with, because there's portions of it where in about 6 steps or less you're going to have to figure out how you're going to move your legs without tripping over this family's feet out in the aisle, and then next thing you know is you feel a strong set of hands on your hips and lift you effortlessly about 1.5 feet off the ground and just kind of spin with you. So this guy, pretty beefy, and then once the song is over, you will return to your table. Your companion is flush in cheeks, and he's just full of smiles. A lot of the people are clapping and stamping, and they start throwing coins at the two of you and at Quinn.
Yay. Good for Quinn. Good music. Makes happy hearts.
All right, Jeremy. I went to a local Thai hut the other day, and Thai hut's one of the local eateries here. We've got a lot around the city. Hadn't had Thai hut before. Like Thai food. Had their lo mein with beef, which is a noodle-heavy plate, and would 10 out of 10 recommend it. Gave them 5 stars on Google Maps, and could point it out to you if you were here. You'd be able to drive there, walk there without issue. Great place.
Ooh, I don't know how anybody eats that stuff.
What?
I can't eat it. It's too spicy.
Oh, this was just hot, not Thai hot.
No, I don't like eating their hot.
Like I fucked up. I ordered the pot stickers, and when the pot stickers got to the table, I put the first one in my mouth, and then I immediately realized my mistake. Well, apparently it had just been removed from the cooking surface, and I now had this rock of magma between my teeth and gums. And I hate it when I go to a restaurant and cry, but I cried. Because it was like you just got you remember when you're 4 years old and you're crying because your uncle took you to McDonald's? I want a hot apple pie! I want a hot apple pie! And so he gets you a hot apple pie, and you fucking chomp into that thing, and it's just absolutely roiling. You've got Mount Vesuvius exploding in your mouth.
So you spit it back out on the floor.
No, you don't. You keep your mouth shut because your family says if you spit it out on the floor, you're getting teeth knocked out.
Yep.
Little Mike never knew that. Little Mike was fucked up till he got his adult teeth in at age 12. So, little Mike was a pervert. Anyway, So the food they serve you is really good. The ladies treat you fairly nice. Your buddy returns back to the bar after his spin. Listen, I don't want to bring noodles home. I like this stuff. I don't want to bring noodles home because a lot of these places that stock that, they don't clean their warehouses and they got roaches. And so when you bring the packaging home, it's in your house now. You got an egg sack on your little soup carton. And I'm already fighting roaches as is because I got neighbors. So I don't want that.
Get a pet chicken.
Roaches aren't our problem around here.
They'll eat them.
It's mice.
Well, I don't.
Mice too.
I can't have a chicken in my apartment, Janet.
Why not? They have diapers.
I'm gone for 12 hours.
So you just put food and water down, they'll be fine.
I walk barefoot.
Yeah, but they wear diapers. They have chicken diapers online that you can buy, and you can have a house chicken. You've never seen the videos of people with they open the door, the rooster comes running to them, their pet chicken,
Janet, I've never seen somebody.
and you can walk them on a leash outside and everything. And it'll lay an egg for you every day if it's a little hen.
I've experienced roaches.
But they'll eat roaches
Years
and
ago.
mice out of your house, spiders.
My grandparents lived in an apartment comp to a restaurant that had roach problem.
Mm-hmm.
I've experienced mice. My advice is to nuke it from orbit. It's the only way.
I know how to take care of roaches. I've got droppings of fipronil everywhere. Fipronil is a chitin inhibitor, which locks the chitin on. It doesn't allow the bug to shed. The shedding stops. And so the insides of the bug continue to grow and push through the chitin plates. And eventually it's like taking a dude, shoving him in plate mail, and then feeding him fucking Whopper burgers all day until he just oozes out the pores of the plate mail. Yeah, that's kind of sick.
Diatomaceous earth.
Go ahead, Six Nations.
I was going to say diatomaceous earth. Sprinkle that in the carpet.
We're gonna leave. We're gonna be out here hopefully the next 90 because we got things started. United Veterans United is gonna help save the day. Now I love chicken. Don't get me wrong, and chicken eat roaches.
Yeah, and they eat mice.
They make it to where they're palatable.
Lizards and frogs.
Can't eat roaches by themselves. You have to have a chicken through it. Have to have the chicken.
And if they were big enough, they'd eat us.
They would. My buddy Greg told me if I ever get chickens, whenever he comes over, he's kicking them. Rather him not do that, but I get it. So, whenever you guys...
He's been playing too much Fable.
No, Greg grew up traumatized by chickens. Traumatized.
You got to...
Okay, so...
Don't let the chickens rule the roost.
So you guys leave this place and take yourselves back to your barge. And when you're getting on there, you notice everybody seems to welcome you back. They went and grabbed some, probably 3 dozen chicken on a stick. And one of the guys says, "Hey, I don't know if you're hungry or not, but we still have some chicken on a stick over there. If you guys are needing some good dark meat and peppers, it's not for everybody. It's really hot, it's spicy, but these guys, they know how to cook. I love these Libnus dishes." Libnus? What the hell is Libnus? Oh, it's off to the east. The east? Really? Like how far east? Like past the Stoneheart Mountains? Oh yeah, seriously, past the Stoneheart Mountains. Okay.
I'll grab a couple sticks.
All right. So you get some chicken and green peppers, baked and sprinkled with some rosemary and garlic, with little bits of cayenne pepper thrown on it as well, and then drizzled in some sort of sauce that makes it probably about 10,000 Scoville. For most people out of the center of Illinois that have only eaten corn and potatoes, this is a new pain. But for people that have a wide and diverse palate, this is really mild. It's good.
Well, given the fact that my background is my family's Asian that moved to this place, I'm just eating a stick going, you want one?
Oh, it's delicious. One of the other people asks, one of the others asked if they could have some more. And you guys kind of compare notes throughout the night. I'm assuming you tell all your NPCs what's going on.
That would be the plan.
Okay.
With emphasis on
So you guys,
Tomas' assassination attempt. No.
Tomas,
Be on the lookout.
that completely drifts because the guild has not gotten in touch with us as to what's going on with our pilot. I didn't trust Barbara and Esteban. I think that things are deteriorating with their possibility of them accompanying us to Reme. We're not hired to pilot. We're hired to guard. If we're hired to pilot, our contract states we get a 300% bonus, and that's not for the one person. That's for the entire grouping of 8, not including your 4 dwarves that you've got on here as well. Now, if you want to pay them to pilot for us, because they're a unlicensed contractor, their responsibility falls completely upon your shoulders, and thus the 300% fee kicks right back in. But any damage that occurred to the barge now are suddenly our problem. It's up to you if you want them to drive if they're capable of it.
Well, the question is, first off, are they capable of it?
Wait, you're going to go with that instead of like, no, they can't drive? It's your choice.
I was going to say,
Don't we
I like
have-
money.
Don't we have stuff on the barge
Or
that
I would
we
like-
get to the town that we're going to?
Well, there is another option. If Bruce brings up the map, we could just walk the rest of the way if we hire some donkeys.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
I
asking.
mean, we're like
Don't we have something that we're supposed to be taking with us on the barge?
Oh no! That was the guy who wanted.
Okay,
That was the
'cause I
guy who
gonna
also
say,
wanted
we
5,000
can't take
silver.
that if we walk, and we can't take it if we're on donkeys, depending on what it was. That's why I was asking.
For those of you that are wondering what exact show or what exact website am I looking at, this is the official site for Frog God Games' campaign world. This is World Anvil. So
I've checked it out. It's a huge map.
oh, it
Even for accounting for how big the hexes are, it's a huge map. Each
So this is-
hex is 50 miles, which means that map is even bigger than it looks.
No, I think it's that size because it makes it easier for you to insert your own play into it, and it works out really well.
Oh, if it sounded like I had a problem with that, I don't. I love the fact it's a huge map.
I never said you had a problem with that. Hold on, just make sure that you understand. You and I kind of think alike in a lot of things. It feels like we ally on the fact that like we see utility in a lot of places where other people see like excess or too much complication. But
yeah,
this map is fabulous.
Agreed.
So, here you are.
If you could get that in like a 6x10,
Say again.
put it up on the wall in your home.
I've got a map. I had the map until Chris came over one day and mounted the fucking TV to the wall. He took the map down. I came back and the wife is like, Matt, Chris just gave you a TV. I'm like, you took down my fucking map. My cloth map of the Lost Lands is huge. It's
Did
like,
he want it?
what?
Did he want your map?
No, he took down the map so he could put the TV on the wall. Because he was tired of playing with only a guy that was running with a laptop. But just to show you that I have the map here. Hold on. All right.
That's cool.
I have this fucking map that's, I think I paid like $150 for it during a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
It's like
most of the time, all that's paper.
So you need to hang it back up, and then you need to steam it.
I'm not going to hang it up for the fact that we're getting ready to move. We're 3 months away from it.
Okay.
I want to be out of here by the 1st of June.
So you've already found a place?
Nice.
Nope.
Oh.
This is San Antonio. They have manufactured homes aplenty,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm really okay with a manufactured home. Although
So have you picked out a lot then?
I
started looking.
I grew up in manufactured homes.
I
I've
need
lived
to.
in a couple of them.
We've got to find a lot, or find a home through Veterans United. One or the other.
If you do find a lot, make sure you at least have one decent sized tree. If you're going to get a dog, you need to have a decent sized tree with shade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also have a suggestion for. Oh wait, you don't have the same problems I do. Never mind.
What's that?
I wanted to say to Bruce, if he's going to get a manufactured home, he needs to get one of those things where it's like just a roof and it's pillars on either side. But then remember, you don't get like 10 feet of snow each year.
No.
And you don't have to worry about rainstorms that could potentially find the most tiny micro hole in your roof.
No. We've got other problems, mainly excessive heat.
You don't have those issues, so you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video on YouTube for Coleman liquidation?
I think so.
CULLMAN.
Excuse me a second.
It's a video that came out in 2009. It's like the most honest trailer, mobile homes and trailers.
This guy is fucking awesome.
Hi, I'm Robert Lee. I own Coleman Liquidation. I sell mobile homes. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to tell it just like it is.
I think this guy, this is the best sales guy I've ever seen.
These are mobile homes, not mansions. They come in two pieces. If that's what you're looking for, that's what I got. They're used. Some of them have stains. We cover that up. She decorates them. She sells them. These guys help me move them.
I think it's great that he's got his.
Did they have pictures after they've moved one and fixed it up and stuff?
I think so.
Cougar sound. That was adorable.
And my wife's boyfriend broke my jaw with a fence post. So if you don't buy a trailer from me, it ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
My wife's boyfriend broke my jaw.
So come on down to Coleman Liquidation and get yourself a home. Or don't. I don't care.
It's a real commercial?
It's a real commercial.
Yes.
That is hilarious. I'd like to see some pictures, though. I want to see one of them once they've moved it. You know what I mean?
Let's see. 11 years later, my wife's boyfriend and I still love this commercial. Coleman manufactured. The only thing is that I cannot have an aerobic tank system at all. Aerobic tanks are septic systems that are just fucking problematic from the day one get go, and they're about as useful as a fucking windmill. So it's absolute bullshit, and a lot of people think that they're the solution to septic issues. In all honesty, I'll just say as a plumber, the real solution would be first off, get a sewer main tied in from the city. If that's not possible, always have access to a 5-gallon bucket, because you're going to need that bucket if you have especially if you have a fucking aerobic tank system. Yep, manufactured Star Homes of Coleman, 256, and Janet, let me show you the website he's got here.
Oh, it's in Alabama.
Yeah. Did you?
Oh,
where
just in
did
case you.
was? I mean, this is like Hurricane Central, in my opinion. So this guy's got a never-ending business.
Yeah, see, I've been in a couple of them. They're pretty nice.
I love them. I absolutely love them.
Better than the ones that I've been in.
Yeah, no shit, right? And just the fucking space inside a double wide, man, perfect for this table, perfect for these shelves. I'm 50. I don't really need something fancy. I just need someone to put my stuff and be weather resistant enough to where I don't have to pay $5,000 a month on fucking AC.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm paying that much,
You just have to make sure you get it insulated and have some good siding put on it that's insulated.
Yeah.
They're making them better and better.
Like I said, the only real downsides to them are zombies and bullets.
Yeah. Bullets seems to be the big issue. And fucking bullets in San
I hate
Antonio.
to say this, but I've known people who live in a brick house that bullets went right through their side of their house a couple times too. So
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I found out there was a lady. There was a house that my daughter was renting. It was like last year, I guess. And across the street, there was a woman that was assaulted in her house. A drug addict guy or whatever, messed up guy, broke in her house and beat her while she was in bed with a hammer. She lived, but what a horrible thing to happen to you. And that was in a brick house. So, it doesn't matter where you live, even in the country, there's psychos out there. But I sent you a couple videos to your X account. The last one I think is the best, but there's a couple of them so you can look at them. Yeah, that guy kind of gave me the creeps.
The one that had the wife's girlfriend that beat his jaw?
No, the one that was talking to us at the restaurant.
Oh, okay. I can understand that. Barack.
Yeah. I didn't like the boat.
As soon as you said his
captain's
name, I didn't
daughter,
like him.
the wife.
I guess I'm a bad person, but
Say again, Crafting Gamer.
Sorry.
No, you're good, Janet.
Oh,
what were you crafting?
I was just saying that the wife's captain, the captain's wife, I did not like her from the beginning. Now I know why.
Okay.
That's why I suggested, hey, maybe we should do a land route instead of dealing with the captain and his BS anymore.
When the Nerdy Orgs woman said she didn't like her, I was like, well, that right there tells me that something's not right with that woman. She's got good intuition.
It's the age-old question: meth and copper, or fentanyl and watermelon. Did we just divert World War III by turning down that dude at the Tasty Pumpkin?
What are you talking about?
That little Zelensky-looking dude.
So
Like, if we gave him money, would it have kicked off a war?
Well, he's a spoiled brat, and he doesn't let his people get online. His people aren't even allowed to vote or anything because he's a dictator, piece of shit. And I don't want us to give him any money because he will start a war. Worse than what he was already doing. They go and they kidnap teenage boys walking down the street and take them to the front lines, put a uniform on them and a gun in their hand and put them out there to die. They don't even train them.
Conscription.
They're disgusting. Sorry.
So, as you guys are leaving, the waitress doesn't bill you for the beers, although they do take a tip from Quinn. Quinn gives some of that money that was thrown his way back to the ladies that were serving the drinks. You notice that with him, whenever money starts to change hands, Quinn is always one of the quickest ones to kick money into the flow and make sure the other service providers get their cut.
Mm-hmm.
And at night, you guys can hear Quinn. Whenever I'll just say that Quinn, you can hear him praying at night to Bobby, the god of the roads and travel, and you can hear him strumming along, and he's not only got some really good licks that sound a lot like Synchronicity or other various 1980s pop rock hits, but he also pulls out some really good plucks, which would fit right in between C.W. McCall's Convoy and Big and Rich. Quinn is getting good at the strings.
It's only a matter of time before he gets the band back together. Lady, if you're watching, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hope you're doing well, bro.
Seriously. Palladium also, reworking Quinn a little bit because I want to test out some things. I've got his original information that I have that I did not, I don't have the stuff from Discord saved, but I've got a lot of other stuff here, and turning Quinn into more of a bard cleric buff character, a party buffer per se, like the ultimate like bardic desire to like, I'm going to lead my party to victory. That's kind of in the cards. Let me know if you're interested. I'll let you know. Okay. So the ladies don't charge you for the beers. Quinn throws them enough to cover the beers times 2, because Quinn made enough on that, and between Janet and her young paramour, pretty much lifting a lot of spirits within the Tasty Pumpkin, which you might also note, this is not exactly a well-themed location. One entire wall is covered in vines. Another wall has various magical torches on it. However, there are a lot of places that feel shadowy and dark. A lot of tables don't feel like they get the same distribution of light. And a lot of the individuals that are in here just seem like they're completely shady or without moral character and clarity. Your young friend Barack is still in here. You didn't see him leave through the front door, or he may have left through the kitchen. But what type of consumer leaves through the kitchen? Anyway, as you guys continue out the front door, that's when you see, it looks like Barack is trying to talk to somebody, a couple of guards, and how good is he doing? Wow, another 93. Okay, so this little beggar, pleader, bitcher is over there talking to the local guards. Their sergeant spins towards you guys. Hey, Union, help. You guys want to give us a second? Give us a minute? And him and the other guards start walking your way.
I just sigh, drop my shoulders, and say, "What is it this
Yeah.
time?"
Something bad.
Good grief.
We've had some discerning reports.
Yeah. About what?
Well, there were some people that were supposed to be getting in touch with you about some things, and apparently that's not quite happened the way that was fit. And then you guys had an argument. Barack is having an issue because he was wanting to see if he could get an alternate way to move some items, and he asked us if we could help him out. But we understand you're also part of the union of guilders and traders, of coasters and traders, right?
Well, everything was going well until he insulted me about my shield, that it was given to me as a gift and that we were selfish. So he's not a very good negotiator. You should have sent someone else if you expected to negotiate with us. That's what I would say. Because he ticked me off a little bit.
One of the other guards says that can be understandable. We've heard about him being problematic, and we know that in the past he's had some illicit dealings which have caused him some problems with us and our boss and chain of leadership. But what would you guys have against moving, say, 3,700 pounds of sentient non-magical items? One of the other guards elbows him in the ribs. Shut up. Just shut up. Not with these people. Please forgive me.
Okay, character
forgive
knowledge
my
coming
friend.
into play here. Are these things illegal across the country?
No. These things are not illegal across the country.
Are these items that you own, or are these items you've taken from someone else? That's
No. These aren't items at all. They're people. But unfortunately, somebody here has a mouth, and he looks right at his companion guard. The guard's like, "What? They're not going to be here tomorrow. Are you serious? You're gonna stutter over this? These guys are mercenaries. They'll be more than happy to take anything we ask for with the right amount of silver, right? Don't disappoint me, guys. Don't be pussies."
I have a direct question then. How much is the lot worth?
The lot's worth easily 26,000 gold.
Okay.
Are you saying you guys are saying yes? I'd be more than happy to do this.
You're wanting us to take people
Well,
with?
last question. Are there children
Hey,
involved?
listen, we can't be dropping brass tacks here. You either you're yes or you're no, and you just take it.
Well, then no. If you're not going to give us information, then I'm not going to be involved.
You know what
I don't
happened
mind
to
the
last
idea of
people
moving
that-
people if it's not illegal, especially if they're criminals, but I will not involve children.
You know what happened to the last people that involved children? You've heard the stories, I'm sure.
One of them looks blankly at you, Lemmy, and he's like, I'm here. I work for 8 hours a day. I go home. I only have my wife and my kids that tell me anything. So anything that's like of a world trembling news, I usually get that skipped over me, and I get told things like, Did you see your daughter shit herself again? Or your daughter's not taking to the training for the toilet well? Or my mother wants to move back in and she doesn't think it's fair that you put her in a hotel for the months that she was here. She should have been living with us, but because she offended you and upset your peace, now you moved my mom into a hotel because you got tired of her mouth. Why are you looking at me like that? And that's what I hear for upwards of 8 to 12 hours a day when I go home after I've worked an 8-hour shift, of people telling me they didn't really steal that orange out of that vendor cart, or they didn't really take that set of brass knuckles, or they didn't really steal those tools. That's what I hear. But listen, some of my companions here have a side job that they were trying to push, and they were just wanting to know if yes, no, if it was available for trafficking with you. Obviously, with you, they say that you say no. And yeah, you'd be right. There'd be some significant risk with it. So there's significant cost. So we offered, you said no, okay, fine. We're going to pretend we didn't hear you say no, and we're going to go about our business.
And don't worry, unless something comes back to bite us in the ass, we didn't hear anything either.
About that same time, you hear a guy kind of gasp, and he falls to the ground as a crossbow quarrel goes right through his sternum. You guys duck down and run to cover and look frantically around as you see the other two guards leaving. And you guys kind of GTFO make your way out of the city square area as you're ducking into an alleyway behind a barrister. What do you want to do?
I think I'm going to put on that brooch just in case.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
With perception, would I be able to see where that came from?
Actually behind him. More atop this building right here.
Probably the dickhead or Brock.
I don't think he has the skill for it. Plus, he's got 9 fingers.
So you don't have to have 10 fingers to shoot a bow and arrow.
Well, if he's that incompetent to lose a finger, I doubt he has the ability to shoot a crossbow.
Unless he was aiming for one of us.
He was on his left hand.
Does it seem like this is some part of some large attack, or is it just one random arrow?
You don't really know. You guys ran about a half block, and you know that somebody that would be working a heavy crossbow that's not used to it would take about 40 seconds to a minute to reload it.
Well, do I have time to look around the corner without getting my head shot off?
Roll me a deep percentile, and what's the dexterity? Okay.
Dexterity.
I'll give you
13.
plus 5%.
Okay. The backlash of so many good weeks is starting to come back.
Right. You
27.
kind of put your head around
Total.
the corner, and you stare around for a minute, trying to search, and you're slow, but you pull your head back to your friends safely, and like you're panicking, your heart's thudding in your chest. You feel like you could possibly have a heart attack at this point. That guy's sternum and part of his ribs came out, along with part of the plate. You don't see you didn't see anybody standing on the corner building. You didn't see anybody standing. You saw a lot of people running, and you saw more city guards people congealing in on the scene. Uh, the two that were there with them run back, and they've got their weapons now. They crouch down by their friend, and with their light crossbows, looks like they're ready to take out whatever sniper it was. You guys, what do you want to do?
Continue in the opposite direction that they are in.
You guys make your way back to the boat, and when you get back on the docks,
Yeah.
there's a few people waiting for you between you and your pretty boat.
So are they guild members?
No. They're wearing the same outfits as the wait staff from the Red Thumb.
And they're following us to the boat?
Oh, they positioned themselves kind of in front of the boat.
So they're not going to let us get on our boat.
Hi. We want to just discuss with you. We heard there's been some people putting their weight on your shoulders. We understand that there's been some people out there that want to talk with you or maybe have a business development with you. And while everybody's kind of ponying up to the big dogs from down in Reme, we thought maybe we could do the same. Is that okay?
Depends on what you're wanting.
Well, it's not really what we want. It's what we don't want.
What do you don't want?
Well, we want you to do whatever the guild wants you to do. So if the guild sends you a missive with an inventory that you have to take this manifest and these items to this town or from this town, we want you to take care of that. Because the last thing we want to do is make it to where it would seem like anything that you might be doing for anyone around here would be anything more than what would be normally happening. We would just want you to live your normal life. And then secondly, if the guild ever sends you here but has a expected delay of work, we ask that you not help Barack or the Gaston She-Sticks. You don't help them out. You don't have to help us out, but you got to abstain from anything they're doing. And no matter what you may have heard might be going on with them or with us, it's just because you don't lay your head here on a regular basis, you don't pay taxes here, because you're not involved with anyone here, except for you, Lemmy.
Who are you? What's the name of your group of people?
Well, that's where the fun begins, really. My name is Ambrogisi Savion, and I am the chapter leader for the Red Thumbs. Now, we have a lot of various things going on here. We do have a group of people that involve themselves in what the guards might call illicit activities, or what the law might call illicit activities. The guards The guards don't really care. The guards, you grease the guards, they're fine. They're good. You're good. Make sure the guards are happy. Make sure the guards have got food. Make sure the guards go home with a full belly when they come and see you. And then we also have our restaurant, which every dilettante and noble and every hoity-toity person who's never swung a sword or had to fend for their life, they go to our restaurant to have an experience and to be fed like they've never eaten before. So we make sure that we take care of business that's unseen and seen. And those little miserable punks, Gaston and Sleesics, we don't care what they do, but we sure shit don't want you to help them out unless the guild tells you to do so. Not that we would exercise any power over the guild. They have a lot more holdings than we do, but unless the guild is saying, go help these guys out because they're on the docket to be helped or whatever their manifest ever may say, we just would ask you not to volunteer yourself. We want you to just say no. You don't have to come and help us out. You don't have to come wash dishes at the Red Thumb restaurant. You don't have to help lay down plastic for an upcoming murder at a site that we're going to be making an awful mess at. But you sure as shit don't need to help out Barack. Because really, his problems will become your problems. You're going to have real issues with the people that he's had bad dealings with. And it just would help yourself out, and it would keep you safer for your family at home. I'm not saying we want to hurt you or we might be responsible for anything that may have happened today. But we do know that there's been a lot of people talking, and there's a couple industries we want to keep a capital investment on. We want to be the primary purveyors of it. We don't really want to piss you off. We don't especially want to piss you off, Mrs. Isaboo, because we know you're a voice for good and for order, and you would never want the children to suffer, which is why you dumped over 1,000 gold at the holdings of Mir's temples today. And that's probably the most they'll ever see, unless you come and repeat that again in the future. They've never seen that level of love. But that's good. That's good, because you know what? Whenever a sinner is needing help, whenever somebody is regretful and they find a follower of Mir and they explain their situation, oftentimes the cleric or the crusader of Mir won't worry about the cost. They'll heal the person right there. They'll get rid of the malady right there. And then they'll make note of a favor that they owe the church and just say, when you can, pay us back. I'm paying it forward. I'm curing you. I'm taking care of you. But you make sure you scratch our back later. That's all I ask. And so I got to give it to the Temple of Mir. They operate in favors like we do. Just not the same type of favors. But they understand how business is run.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to know, that's who I am. And Ambrose, she dips down in a deep bow. She says, I'm not at your service. I don't really want to know you. I'm really happy that you came to town, and I'm upset you didn't stop by my restaurant. We would have fed you the best pasta until you got to Reme.
Well, I'm just going to say one thing, but I'm not speaking for the rest of my group. I said no. That's it.
I don't know how I'm supposed to react.
None of it. Basically, you're asking us to do what we were planning on doing to begin with.
I mean, I know this sounds really hard. How did you not get ensorcelled by his words? How did you not want to immediately take off your armor or your robes or your snazzy leather armor? And how did you not want to just don his colors and come around? How did you not want to do that? How did you not get befuddled like so many other people have, and then they've gotten themselves in trouble because he does bad things Yes, we all do bad things, but he really does bad things. He's on our level of bad things. And I'm not saying that we want conflict with you, Miss Isabu, or your lovely church with stout swords and strong shoulders, but we surely as shit understand that there's a level of evil that must be respected, and they're trying to be like us. They actually exceed us in a few places, but we want to know if what was it? How did you say no to him? Everyone else always says yes.
And I didn't trust him.
Was it his tracksuit?
And I don't trust you anymore than I trust him.
Well, I'm at least honest evil. There's a difference. If you can look at yourself before you go to bed at night, before you kiss your husband goodbye, then what you're doing is really just trying to get from day to day, and maybe the same thing that you did yesterday that turned your stomach won't have to happen today. That's the level of evil I operate under. But those guys, there's a reason why they're falling apart. They're fucking demons. They're having sex with aberrations. They're giving kids to things that should not be. They were trying to ship more kids off down south to a cult down there. I'm sure you want to know all about that, don't you?
So are you going to do it?
What?
Ship children for demons?
Listen, hold on. There are points in a merchant's portfolio where they won't cross. There are things that you just don't do. We don't offer these services. Every merchant will have a breaking point where they say no, and then
it's bad for business.
We try to minimize those. We want to protect our staff. We want to protect the people that work for us. Where we're from, we're called the Pragmati. I mean, I don't know how much more stereotypical you can get. We operate a restaurant. It serves pasta. We have the best tomato crushers out there. They also crush hands too. There's just a lot of things that we deal with that we feel are acceptable, and then there's things that that guy deals with because he lost in all the other forms of arena competition. So instead, he has to go and try to do these other way outlandish things, trying to get some semblance of capital back. And all he's done is burn himself, and he just continues to burn himself. He's just burning himself. Why are you burning yourself? Why are you burning yourself? But Barack doesn't get it. Barack traffics with devils. He traffics with aberrations.
Why don't you take care of him?
Well, it'd only be obvious, right? Do I really need to get that obvious? As much as I would love to see him get dispatched, he's not crossed the line to where, okay, it's on. And when that happens, I mean, I guess it happens, right? But I've got to. He's got to cross the threshold. He has to push himself to even get to that level where he can breathe in the same room as us without hyperventilating. And I don't know how that is because the guy is a complete putz.
Well, I don't like him.
He's all yours. You want him, take him.
Barack is like Alejandro Sosa from Scarface. And these guys are like Tony Montana from Scarface.
Yep. Two rival gangs.
Barack's going to find himself
taking shits and won't take each other out. That's what I see.
Barack has no power, so it's not going to be really taking each other out.
Whatever job the other one can't get, they'll take. The two sides of one coin.
you know.
So are we done here?
Yeah, it feels like it.
I'd say we're done. You've made your point.
I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but if you live your life happier when you come through my town, I'd really appreciate it if you just operate under the guise of self-preservation, and please don't operate with anything that empowers him. If he had resources to spare, if he had gold flowing out of his asshole and out of every pore, if he had a big long nose and there were a series of jokes about him being the bank, I would be fearful. Thank God he's a sniveling, flannel wearing, tracksuit wearing, begging piece of shit. That's all I can say. I don't want you to think that I hate him. I just pity the guy. When a woman can kill a man, when a woman can kick her man's ass, it's sad. But really, in all honesty, the guy deserved everything he got. And it's a shame his ex-wife died the way she did. Au revoir.
Farewell.
There's some messed up people around this place.
So, are we going to risk getting our shit stolen and take the shit, or are we going to find another means of going down?
I don't know. It depends to me on who our person is that they send. Isn't the guild supposed to send somebody else?
Yeah, but the person that told you that was the person that was trying to steal from you and then got killed or got shot by you.
So, Is there
Well,
any
the
way
job done right.
any way that we can get a hold of the guild before we leave?
There's an office in town.
Well,
there's an outreach
go
office
to
in
the
town.
office and find out what they can do. I mean, whether they can get us someone else. If they can't, then I guess we'll have to get some other means of, on ground level.
As you guys walk back into town with the setting sun, it just feels like all the eyes of the town are on you. And you get to the cobblestones about four doors down from the Red Thumb restaurant where the guild office is. And you knock on the pane of glass and you see a sign hanging on the other side of the glass. And it says it's closed.
Oh, shoot, I forgot to talk to the cattle dude.
Yeah, you did.
You risk spending a night either.
Take it be too late to talk to him now.
It's probably getting late because it's after 5 o'clock. But where do you want to head to?
Maybe we should go to that fancy restaurant bar and if somebody's there that from the guild having dinner or whatever, maybe get to find out from someone there. They might not even know we're in town because whoever was involved in getting us to come to town probably wasn't really for the guild.
Quinn asks you, do you think it was a setup, Isabel?
Probably.
Okay.
The way it sounds, the way it's unfolding, it seems like we were diverted to this town for some reason because they were wanting to use us to traffic people or something for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it seems like. Something like that.
So we go to the Red Thumb Bar and Grill?
Yeah, the fancy one,
Okay.
Not the one we were at before, the other one.
No, the Red Plum Bar and Grill.
Okay.
The pasta house.
Yeah, I
Fucking
guess.
mafia people are at. Fuck. Okay. So you go inside the Red Plum, and let me pull up what this place looks like on the interior, because I've got to knock your socks off.
I mean, is that what you guys want to do? Lenny? Demi?
Don't ask me what I want to do. I want to go to Aruba.
Well, the thing is, it's getting late and we can't sleep on the barge. And do you feel like you were safe enough to go to a hotel right now, or do you think we should try to get hold of someone?
Hell no.
So this is.
They just assassinated a dude right in front of our face.
Yeah, so
They know where we are, know what we're doing.
So we need to find someone from the guild to try to find out what we should be doing. Or one of us is going to have to stay up all night.
Enough strength to,
while the other one's
to handle that, because like, organized crime owns the city.
Yeah, this city is overrun with criminals.
So I say we go to the restaurant, we go order some breadsticks and some pasta.
Mm-hmm.
At least get a good meal. If shit goes south, at least I'll die with a full belly.
Yeah, but maybe we might meet someone from the guild, a real person. Because
Hopefully.
they all seem to know who we were, but not a single person from the guild came to meet us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just seems something's not right.
Okay, that is just epic food. Where is this?
Good.
This is La Focaccia. It's down on South Presa in San Antonio. My favorite Italian restaurant of all time.
Calamari rings.
Dude, this place is fucking absolutely bonkers.
Mmm. Clams look good.
And what are you spending on average in a place like that?
$20 a person.
That's not bad.
That's cheap. Damn.
Where did
Okay, how quickly do you get diabetes eating there?
He said he'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
He posted a message in our private chat.
Yeah, this place is absolutely nuts. Their bread is just the tits. They have the best fucking olive oil for the restaurants around here. Oh, that looks so good.
Hi, Kai.
Mexican, Italian, who's my favorites?
Well, I can't really eat Italian anymore.
I'm so sad for you.
No pasta and no pizza. Everything's too much bread.
Like that. What the fuck happened to us? 30 years ago, we didn't have these allergies. What the fuck?
50 years of chemicals in the food.
Yeah, and
genetically modified garbage.
If it's true about the stuff they're putting in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
And the outside of the building looks like shit.
Until I got stung by a bee. And after that, I started having all kinds of problems. So.
Oh, you were over at Montauk Island, I see. Okay. So this is the exterior of La Focaccia. The exterior of it looks like a ham sandwich.
Pretty building.
Not really. I think that looks like hell.
Oh, I think I like the colors. It's old Italian looking. You know,
yes.
It's old building.
The inside's pretty impressive, though.
Yeah.
That inside is just.
It looks like it's supposed to look like outside.
Yeah.
I like the big
$250 million.
Which is nice.
It's quaint and quiet
It's
looking.
like Cafe Santa Cruz. It was a little hole in the wall, but it was one of the best restaurants in Santa Cruz. Expensive at the time. 20 years ago, you'd be paying for like $30 a plate, but it was well worth it.
Do you guys have a Brazilian restaurant there?
A couple.
Where they bring the giant hunks of meat to your table and slice it right off onto your plate?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my fun. That's my kind of food. I love meat. I can make a whole meal of nothing but meat.
You heard it, everybody.
Yeah, you're right. I love meat. I could eat meat for every meal. especially
Yes,
the way they cook it in those Brazilian restaurants.
Yeah, this is it right here. All you can eat for $45
Sweet Jesus.
per day.
That's the Brazilian place.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I make lots of noise when I eat good meat. I moan a lot. I love beef, especially medium rare. Oh, look at that. Holy crap. I'm starving right now. I haven't eaten dinner.
My stomach's growling.
Oh, look how pretty.
Fucking restaurant looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Been there before a few times.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, it looks delicious. It really sucks. So I see all that wonderful garlic bread and all the butter and everything, and I can't have any of it. And then you say, "Can I have some gluten-free bread?" And they bring you this little slice of toast like this big. It sucks, people.
Their toast is fucking good. You're missing out. I'm so sad for you.
You know, my favorite bread of all was big, fat, buttery croissants. Oh,
Janet, I'm a bagel hound.
oh,
Look at that meat.
oh my God, that looks good.
Front door's got a fucking $1 million look to it.
Mm-hmm. Gorgeous.
Degenerated to food porn.
All right, so anyway, this is how I know I'm talking to people from the sticks or from the country that don't have a Brazilian restaurant next door to them because they're like, I'm out. See ya. Going to Gapo Gaucho.
Yes, yummy.
If I could blow, $300 on a suckling pig and roast it, I would do it.
You know, I'd rather blow $500 on a fucking deep freeze, and that suckling pig can freeze. he can chill out for a couple months while I portion him out in 2-pound parts. I can't wait for a house. Can't wait having a fucking slow cooker. And my biggest complaint is, man, I didn't know charcoal was this expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a proper Italian place. I got two cheese where it looks like it came out of the 1950s. That's the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you guys, I felt like there's a crushing weight on my chest all day, but I remember like I recently quit smoking, and so like I'll be getting my breath back as time goes on. Mainly for the fact that I have to labor all day, and like I think that's the only thing that is keeping me up and going. Because if I hadn't, my lungs would have been like, "Oh, I'm too weak, I'm pussy." But okay, you guys are inside this restaurant, the Red Plum,
Mm-hmm.
and while you're there at the Red Plum, these people are asking you, what would you like to eat? We got bread. We have a couple bits of some. Go get them the Calabrese, and they get you some cold cuts and some other items. What can we do for you? Have a seat.
So they brought food to our table already? Well, where's the person that brought the food? Let me see that person. And they're the ones that are bringing the food to the table.
Yep.
And who's the gentleman that told us to come sit down and eat?
The guy behind the bar when you first walk in the door.
Okay.
His name is Salvatore.
Okay, well, I'd like one of the waitresses to come over to where I'm at, and I would like her to take a bite of my food.
She takes a bite of the calabrese, chews it.
Janet, you have detect poison.
I know,
Thank
but I just
you.
want to
Thank
see.
you.
I want to see them take a bite of my food. Because if they're
I'd rather have
not
somebody
afraid,
pass out bad.
if they're not
I'm
afraid to
with
eat
Ramona.
it, then I'm going to know they're not the person who tried to poison me. Does that make sense? You can't do that from detect poison. Can you? Or can you not? I want a waitress or a person that's going to bring me food that I trust to handle my food. And if they're willing to take a bite of it, then they're not the person that put the poison in it, right?
The waitress says, if you pay me an extra gold, I'll sit at your table and I'll eat all your food, baby.
I'll be happy for you to join me with my meal. I'll buy you a meal. Please join me.
She eagerly takes the tin silver and she starts to she nods to Sal, who he immediately takes 5 of it. She puts the other 5 down her purse, and Sal just kind of not worrying about Angela anymore tonight. Angela's pretty happy. She gets to eat. Okay.
Good. I trust her. Okay, I'm gonna sit down and enjoy my meal with her as my guest.
That just looks awesome, Bruce.
Big old hunk of ham. Is that
Dressing up in your fancy
is
dress,
that the pork you said you made?
eating cold cuts.
Cold cuts. This is just piggy. Just ham.
Looks good.
Super classy.
Oh my God, we are so classy here.
It's a nice shirt.
My shirt, it's fucking exuding class.
I know. Oh, you're so funny.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Shit Show Part 2. Part 3, actually. Because you have the first part on Thursdays, second part on Fridays, third part today.
3-course meal.
Everyone will be getting fat on Janet.
Do what?
What's going on, Cracking? Say that again.
The 3-course
I'm getting fat on Janet.
says
Cut out the worst time. I said everyone will be getting fat on Janet.
because I said 3-course meal. But okay, so now guys, what are we gonna do while we're eating? Oh, I'm gonna ask the waitress that's
Enjoy
with
the
us.
fuck out of it.
I want to ask the lady that's with us, that's eating with me as my guest.
Sure.
Is there anyone in the restaurant right now eating or enjoying a
Oh,
drink
God.
that works?
There's like 60 people.
Or
In
not?
There's like 60 people in here.
That works for the guild,
Which guild?
the guild that we belong to. I can't remember the name of it.
Angela
Coasters and Traders.
says, looking for another member of the Coaster and Traders Guild.
Yes.
You've got Vincent over there, and he was recently stashed over here 2 months ago.
Why is he stashed over here?
Well, no, the previous guild operator for you guys died suddenly, and so the guild found out about it about 5 months later, and so they sent Vincent.
Okay. Well, good. There you go, guys. There's somebody from the guild that can help us out. Vincent.
Maybe.
Vincent doesn't look like your standard operator. Vincent's got red hair. He's got big freckles. He looks like he stands out like a sore thumb in here. Everyone else in here has got like an olive oil complexion skin. Excuse me. Everyone that's operating as a wait staff or as a provider of services in here has the olive complexion, has the dark hair, the dark features. They look like they're from southern Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent looks like he's from Norway or Ireland. He does not have the same genetics as the rest of them. But he's in here, and there's a couple ladies that have the same features as some of the wait staff. Actually, he looks like he's got two of the sisters of other wait staff people in here. And then that's when you notice Angela. Lenny, make a perception check. That's when you notice Angela is like ordering some whole guts like this. Because having you guys starve is just criminal. You need to eat.
It's 102. I'm liking these dice today. What do I notice?
Okay. Out of the corner of your eye, you just kind of notice that she opens up like a leather pouch. And then she fishes out a pair of lockpicks. And she's using lockpicks like chopsticks. And she's just carving a little slice of ham, a strip off, and then picking it up. And she makes sure she makes that side eye contact with you.
Uh-oh. So it's sweet on him again.
Oh,
A shit-eating
What?
grin.
do we have a couple days before we're leaving?
You guys haven't talked to anybody from the guild yet, except for Barbara.
Okay.
Last time you saw Barbara, she was leaving with a crossbow hole in her leg, thanks to Thomas.
Okay, well, we'll have to talk to the guild. I'm just making sure that I might still have a chance to talk to the cow guy. I definitely wanted to go to the stone people because I got an idea of something I might be able to take home, and I want to talk to the glass people because I'm actually looking to get a what the fuck is it called? A mural? I know it's stained glass, but it has a name when we have particular icon or picture on it.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
Like a basement, Jesus?
Anyway, I was going to, without Isabu knowing, I was going to give her a little. Yeah, well, I think it has a name when it has an icon on it. Anyway, I was going to give her a hand mirror-sized piece of stained glass with the symbol of mirror in it.
Oh.
It's a thank you for being so helpful.
That's sweet. But so which one of you would like to go talk to the guy from the guild to find out about lodgings, about who we got to find, whether we were supposed to come here or not?
We were just supposed to stop here. It's the fact that now we don't want to travel with the boatman and his wife anymore, and we're trying to find alternative means.
Yeah, we need to find out what our next choice should
be. Well, as soon as we're done with our meal, I'm going to walk up I'm going to order their finest bottle of wine, unless it's like 10,000 silver.
Yeah. Okay.
A couple hundred silver I'm willing to pay.
Yeah.
So as you guys are eating and enjoying a bottle of 100 silver, we try to keep our wine prices low. Yeah. Everybody deserves good wine.
Yeah.
100 silver is as much as we charge.
Okay. Well, I'll save a bottle so when we're done, I'll walk up to the guild member and say, and ask him if he minds if I join him for a quick conversation.
All right, before you do that, before you get in that position,
yes,
Well,
I should ask: is he by himself? Because if he's with a companion, I won't bug him. 3
guardsmen walk up to the table. Hi, guys. Trying not to make a big scene here. You understand that one of your associates, Thomas, attempted murder on a local woman, and we're going to probably need to seize you and detain all of you and keep your boat here in the dock, because that's apparently something that happened yesterday, but nobody reported it to us. So probably all of you want to come outside. If you'd be so polite as to pay your bill before you leave, that'd be even better.
Well, who reported it to you if nobody reported it?
Miss Barbara, the woman who's bleeding out of her thigh.
Also, the woman who tried to steal our stuff. We will go with you, and my suggestion is get a cleric, and we will all submit to Zone of Truth.
Did I just get cock-blocked? Because I was going to go check out that one waitress.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, because she was sweet on you.
I am going to have to make a bad report to your higher-ups. This is very bad.
As you're leaving, the waitress that was kind of giving you that side eye, Lemmy, she blows you a kiss and does some sort of thing with her hand, and she makes a pinkish little sigil in the air, and then she blows it, and it zooms towards you and smacks you on the cheek. And
well, before I leave the restaurant, I want to...
Hold on, Janet. This
Okay.
woman literally just blew him a magical kiss.
Interesting.
And then you guys are escorted out with 190 silvers less than what you had. And the...
Well, I was going to say something before I leave the restaurant.
Okay, well, what would you say?
Before I was to leave the restaurant, I was going to walk over to Vincent's table and ask him if he really did work for the guild.
Before you can do
Janet,
that,
we can worry about that during business hours.
Yeah, Vincent's over there after business hours trying to relax. I mean, he'd probably help you out, but he wouldn't like it.
Yeah, but if we weren't even here, we're not even supposed to be here. That's what I want to know. Because that means we were set up by the people that were driving the boat. That were supposed
That has already been established, Janet.
Yeah.
Janet, our accuser is the wife. It's already been established they're setting us up.
All right. At least someone from the guild the real guild would know about it before we leave and never come back. But that's okay. Against my better judgment, but oh well.
So, at the station house, the arresting agent says, okay, what we have is a statement and wound from one Mrs. Barbara Stanwyck, who she's complaining about an attack from your archer, Tomas. He has been placed in custody. His weapons have been removed. He does have his undergarments on and a nice robe from the county itself.
Like I said, we are more than willing to submit to a Zone of Truth because bruh kept trying to sneak in and steal our stuff. She's actually lucky the archer didn't kill her purposely.
That's what I fucking said. That's what I fucking said, but you don't fucking believe me. And he's not even been on the goddamn boat. This whole time that motherfucker's been out doing shit. He made us go hunt for fucking chicken on a stick and get it shipped to the boat and feed us. I was hanging my ass off the fucking port side taking a shit. But no, they were out hanging out in town having fun. And then you motherfuckers in blue come along, and I'm in this goddamn cage. Fuck all you motherfuckers. What did you guys give Thomas? He's never that vocal. Quinn's kind of inquisitive. And excuse me, Bard? No, we've never heard that out of Thomas. And at that point,
No. In fact, if anything, I'd say Thomas is silent.
At that point, it takes Quinn a few seconds, but he detects something, and you kind of recognize it as he's detecting magic. Doesn't have any spells. Sir, please stop casting spells within the confines of the county property. Shh, he says. I'm figuring out your investigation since you're so stupid. My man's been poisoned. I can't believe you motherfuckers. He says, whatever you guys have, there's a virulent poison running through him right now. Do you understand that? No, that's not true. It's like, yeah, there is. Where's the other people from the boat? Well, we only detained him because he was the one that was causing trouble, and he was the one that's apparently shot Miss Barbara. Mrs. Stanwyck is a woman that's in high standing within this community. Quinn kind of just gives him, oh, no, you didn't look.
He's in high standing in
is
this
there-
community. I'm a Chinese jet pilot.
Is there a cleric spelled neutralize poison?
Yeah, I think
It's a.
I have that.
Yeah, should be 25 mana, but you can do it.
Hold on, let me get to my
25
page.
mana for neutralize poison, Janet.
Okay, hold on. I'll get my page here.
One of the guards is like, we didn't give you authority to cast spells, miss. We're trying to conduct an investigation here. You need to stop casting
We're
spells.
trying to save our friend because someone's poisoned him. So you're going to tell me you're going to let him die?
Or worse.
So no, I'm not going to let him die. So it's minus 25,
There's going to be bigger problems.
right? Is that what
We'll pay whatever fines you want to place on us.
All right.
Fuck
Yeah.
that.
You
you're
proceed to
performing?
move within range and cast it, and immediately the very verbose and very talkative Tomas quiets, and he just kind of looks sheepishly at you, and he says, I'm really sorry.
That's okay. It's not your fault.
You can see the spell or the poisonous effect fall off of him.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn says, good job. Ogre stands there. One of the guards says, you know, we probably should have disarmed this crew before they came in to our fucking property.
I'm not going to let you take my sword.
That was your
today.
choice.
It's not going to happen.
Sylvia kind of peeks behind Ogre and eyeballs some of the guards. You can see that she's sizing up the joints and how people are standing, what knee they favor. This can get really ugly real quick. Quinn asks, he's like, Isabu, what are you going to do next? Because they could technically fee us for doing the casting of spells.
I
But
want to
what?
cast the zone of truth on the woman who's accusing us of trying to kill her, and why. So she has to tell the truth about
I don't think she's
Oh, I
here.
thought she was in here.
No. The only
Oh,
person in here is the man who tried to murder her.
okay. Well, shit. I demand that you bring her in and
You
let
don't
her
have-
do this
you-
to her face.
Wait, you don't have any power of demands here. There's a court date that's been set, and that's for Moon Day, 2 days from now. We'll be meeting in court. If you're willing to submit yourself to this, you're willing to wait 48 hours so you can be there and take your turn on the stand. But you don't tell us how to run our court.
I can't take it on the stand because I wasn't there when it happened. I was at the orphanage.
One of the guards whispers something to the sergeant. The deputies kind of lean and they're trying to talk to each other. Where were you earlier today when there was 3 guardsmen in the middle of town and then one of them got shot through the sternum? What happened?
We were about to leave a restaurant.
Oh, but then when you were detained by local officers, one of them got attacked and you decided to leave. Was any of that your company's business after
No.
retribution for putting Thomas in detainment?
No,
We didn't even know we were
not
being
that I know of.
detained.
Yeah, we didn't know at that time that you guys were even looking for us.
The guards didn't ask. The woman got shot. We took off. The guards took off. Everyone ran in panic. Then everything seemed to ridiculously calm down afterwards, which I questioned heavily.
Sounds like this town has a lot of problems.
Yeah, who's in charge of this?
All we were trying to do was leave the restaurant and go to our boat. I don't know.
Well, there are
It's not my
real issues
concern.
in town. You're right, but right now Mrs. Vorns runs the city with an iron grip, and she knows how she wants things done here. We don't see a problem with the way things are done here. We had a problem with you coming in town and treating our people the way they did.
Who's your people? We didn't treat anybody bad.
Shut the fuck up.
And I wasn't even there, so you can't detain me. I wasn't doing anything. I was at the orphanage.
Actually, yeah, we can detain anyone and anything that's within the boundaries of the city.
For what? What are you going to detain me
And
for?
you no reason at all, up to 24 hours.
Would you like to try it?
You're already in here. It's not really a situation to where you think you're in control. This building has 20 other deputies and 20 other city servants. This is not something that you wish
I put
to
my
tell.
hand on Lemmy's shoulder and says, "Look, this is a shit situation. We don't need an entire town after us."
Quinn says, "Bard on the run. Bard on the run." Ogre just kind of looks at them, and he's still holding his axe over his shoulder, which has 2 of the guards panicking, and you guys can smell that someone has pooped themselves at mock fuck.
Pretty sure it wasn't one of us.
No, wasn't you. Was the middle guard.
I guess he's smarter than he looks.
So, once you get that, it looks like at the moment, yes, you're in the basement of a county facility. There's 3 individuals down here, along with your boy within the bounds of this cage here. Ogre is flexing really hard. Like he is getting ready to just mentally snap, and then people will just stop. They will cease. They will end. Sylvia is kind of feeling the same way. 40 people? Really? God, I feel so sorry for your family. Quinn, ready to inspire at a moment's notice, he's looks like he's flexing his knuckles there, getting
All right,
ready
one
to.
last ditch attempt. All right. All right. What's her name wanted a chunk of our treasure? I personally have a couple bars of platinum. I don't want to slaughter all of you. But if we have to, we'll slaughter our way to our boat and take off with it. Would 2 bars of platinum cover this entire land of bullshit?
Thomas shakes his head no. Don't deserve that. Don't deserve any of it. We need to get a hold of Barbara. I mean,
Yeah, we
if you
do.
want to pay for me to get out, that's fine, but I would really then want to pay Lemmy everything I could ever pay him to get your platinum back.
I would rather pick the lock after we turn those guys into grease stains on the floor.
Ogre,
I did say last-ditch effort.
And
I wasn't actually expecting it to work.
Ogre says, I'm not wanting to kill you, but you'll stay alive if you can just unlock that cage and let my friend out. Because if you don't, then you, a lot of people like you, are going to die, and I'm willing to bet nothing of value will be lost, because it seems like so far there's nothing but corruption here. And we can either allow you to live, and you can do this tomorrow to somebody else, or I can be final about things, and maybe I'll be found guilty, but you'll still be gone. His intimidate is not exactly a stellar effort, I might add. He's not the guy you want to have speak. But
Can I? I have diplomacy, so could I bolster his role by basically backing him up with a magical display?
sure.
Do I roll
What type of
percentile?
display you want? What type of display you want to do?
Lightning with both the sound and visual effect is usually quite intimidating.
You just do a little cantrip for like a mana point, and that's it.
Yeah.
You see lightning ripple across the blade of his axe, and at that point, that's when one of the guards starts to tremble, and the other two look at him like, "Really? Yeah, I'm not dying for you, and I'm not dying for that bitch. No, you fucking can't." Yeah, absolutely, I can. All right, guys. He steps forward and kind of shields him. She tries to attack Nerdy. And she whips out her whip and gets ready to flinch him. So this is where I ask, what are you doing? Oof. Janet?
Who's that guy in the black robe right there by me?
That?
Mm-hmm.
It's me, Mongoose.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go behind
Yeah.
Mongoose toward the person with the 2 swords. Is that the bad guy, right?
This?
No, the other one right there by your pin. Back up. Right there.
This guy is trying to give the keys to you.
Oh, God, I got him mixed up with that guy then. With that person right there. By
You
your
are trying to be active and hurt Ogre.
Okay, that guy right there. I want to go for that person. I'm going to run over there to him with my sword.
Okay. Janet, for you to do that.
Mm-hmm. What do I need to roll?
No, you're not going to be rolling.
Oh,
You're going on 13.
okay.
Because you're having a charge and attack.
All right. I'm ready. I'm pissed off.
All right.
I'll grab the keys and toss them to Mongoose.
On 6, Quinn will begin to play. On and for you on 6, your keying to Mongoose. You're gonna slip him in his pocket. Mongoose, what are you doing? I love hearing him shuffle through the spells. Mongoose, what are you doing? Shit.
Sorry, muted. Ken, if I were to open the cage, could Thomas get to his stuff in a timely manner, or would it be better just leave him there for the moment?
Let's get him out of the cage.
That'll happen.
We'll worry about weapons later.
Well, I'm referring to the fact that if he comes out of the cage before he has access to his stuff,
oh no, he doesn't have.
He's just a really big pincushion.
His material is going to be down the
I
hall.
can toss him a dagger or a sword.
Yeah.
Is he any good with a sword?
Thomas?
Yeah.
Gonna have to be.
He's like a thief with a sword.
Okay. Because if somebody can open the cage, I'll give him my sword and I'll just use magic. I have a good bastard sword he can use since he doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah.
I thought you kept your old sword.
She actually, Janet, you do have another sword on your hip.
Oh, I do? I thought I got rid of it because that was too much weight.
Yeah, I thought you said you.
I don't
That
remember
was
you
my
getting.
shield.
I don't remember you getting rid of your sword though.
Well, I guess I still have it.
No, I remember you. I remember you saying you were going to. I remember after Ogre kept his sword, you're like, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a spare weapon. So you said you'd keep it.
Okay, well then I guess I have it on.
All of us have a spare weapon, actually.
Then I'm going to give him my extra sword. I'm the
even
closest to the cage. So do I have a magic?
And then I'll go ahead and unlock the cage then.
If you can do that, I'll hand him the other sword and he can come out.
Did you said it'll be at 11?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
13.
So Quinn starts to play, and here's the effect.
Plus 10.
Just Quinn, plus 10 from Quinn's Bardic Performance. Plus
Okay.
10 to damn near everything you got to do. All right. All right. At that point, Lemmy takes the keys out of the man's outstretched hand. She goes to swing on him. And Janet, roll me a percentile for Ogre.
I rolled a 40 and a 0. Is that good or bad?
For Ogre, he manages to, before she can get her swing out all the way, she receives a wound. So you need to roll a 3d6 and add 13, I believe. Let me check my document here because I've got the breathing document on living breathing document on our good friend.
I rolled 13, and then you can add whatever to his damage.
God damn it.
All right.
Are you serious? I really thought I had a document for Ogre.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. My suggestion after we're done here, we quickly get to the ship and leave. Not necessarily take the ship, but leave. I went through the document of everything we have on hand. We only have like a couple duffel bags worth of shit. We could actually grab it and walk our way to. Most of it's really small. Like there's gems, quills, pen, books.
Mhm.
Sorry, sometimes I need to get things out while I'm still thinking about it.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So Janet, you're gonna roll 3 dice 6.
I did. I rolled a 13, and I said you got to add whatever percentage
Okay.
you're going to add to that. Rolled 13.
As he cuts into her, she cries out in pain, and the other guards like, "Oh God, well stop, stop." Problem is that Ogre is now raging, and he's in the mood to kill. What do you guys want to do?
Who's yelling stop?
Both guards, they're pleading for their life as 2/3 of one of them's hit points just splattered all over Ogre and all over the other guard.
Okay, well, tell them to let him out of the pen and then to get in it themselves.
No,
What do you guys?
Janet. Right now, what we're debating on is letting Ogre rip them apart. He's raging.
Oh, you want
We
to
have
let
two
him
options.
kill
Either
the guards?
we dogpile him, and let the guards live, or we let him kill the guards.
Well, I was just going to lock him in the cage that we let take Thomas out of.
None of us have the strength to drag him to that cage.
No, not our barbarian. The two dumbasses that are screaming.
Yeah, no, he would rip them apart before we.
Then we should just let him do his job.
That's what we have to dogpile.
Let's get Thomas out of the cage and get ready to leave after he's done slaughtering those two guys.
Mongoose goes over to the
I
cage.
I don't like killing people who's. I don't really like killing people who's already surrendered.
Okay, well then we still need to. Okay, well we're dogpiling them. Who's going to get to keep the two guards from running and telling on us? See that we got to put them in the pen. Somebody's got to get them two to go in the pen, let Thomas out, and then.
Well, that's where Thomas comes out. Yeah, exactly. I'll stay at the cage, calm Ogre down. I'll put the cards in the cage.
Okay. Well, we need to do that because we don't want them to go get somebody else while we're calming down. Can I cast Bless on Ogre? Would that help calm him down a little?
No, that'll make him more accurate.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't want to do that.
What you can do is, Lemmy, are you back, Lemmy? Okay, he's not back yet. So, crafting, I'm going to have you roll a percentile, and you're going to add 45 to it. There we go. For our friend Quinn, because he's going to start doing a song trying to unfuck Barbarian's mind out of a rage. And hearing him do the theme song to the Teletubbies is going to hurt you all. And I need Janet to roll a 20% will save. 20% plus your D100. 20% plus D100.
Okay, hold on. I got to get it.
And if you don't do this, then he's probably going to kill you all.
It's a good thing I got that bonus. 96 total. I rolled average.
Quinn's a talented man.
But that's better than what I was rolling earlier.
Is that my 1 percentile with the double digits on it?
Janet, whenever we're talking about double digits, about percentile.
Okay, but you said D100.
D100, yes. The percentile, the 10s and the 1s
That's
digit.
the 2 that I have right here in my hand, but I wanted to make sure I don't want to roll the wrong thing.
You're
so great. I'm going to roll them now, and then I add what to it?
20.
20, okay.
You got to beat 96.
I rolled a 94, so that's
not
good.
What you want.
That's not it?
Okay, you wanted to roll low?
Oh.
because that was Ogre's ability to
Oh
override.
well, I always roll bad, so I rolled a 94. So whatever that is.
It's all right.
Well, I got a 96 total, so it's under.
No. You're trying to roll over. She rolled a 94, so she got 114.
Oh, over.
For the one time where I need her to roll low. Of course, that doesn't happen.
I know. I told you. I have bad luck. Sorry.
Sylvia quickly goes around. And she does a hamstringing attack on this one. Janet, what were you going to do next?
Well, I was going to go over and help protect the barbarian after I gave my other extra sword to Thomas.
He's raging right now. I just want you to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
He's raging right now.
So that's what I was going to do.
Hey, Bruce.
But is there...
For extra mana, can I...
I'm trying to think of what spell I have that might help to help calm him down. The best thing I could think of is that you cast sleep on him.
Oh, that's what I was about to ask Bruce.
Can you cast sleep on him?
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
I don't have sleep.
If you'd give me a moment, that's what I was getting ready to ask Bruce. Can I, for extra mana, can I concentrate sleep specifically on Nerdy's face so it doesn't hit anybody else?
You can try it, yeah.
Do I need to make a percentile roll?
I'll let you make the percentile roll for his will save.
Okay. Seven.
All right.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
As you cast your spell, before he gets his second swing in, which it was coming around to hit what looked like the head nun or the head guard, he hears your last spell as you focus it on the ceiling tiles above his head, and it completely just gets a hold of his mind, and he passes out. The lady over here, she's bleeding from a wound. You guys, these two that are here are like, God, we're gonna get fucked. We're so fucked. The other one's like, you idiot, call for help. And you see between Sylvia.
Oh no, you don't. You two are getting in the cage.
Sylvia says something of the effect of, do as they say. And she's not a very good intimidator. She's really not. These two ladies, they throw down their weapons, and they both get up and they throw down their badges. They throw down their weapons. This one here says gets up as Quinn is playing, and he proclaims, the letters that you guys are looking for, the ledgers, all of that's in the secondary file cabinet. All I ask is that you look peaceably upon me when that trial comes. And I sure as hell don't want to be responsible for this, because I didn't want to be part of it.
Well, I also put the, I'd presume at this point, dying woman in the cage.
Isabel, you want to give that lady
a guards with a couple of healing potions.
Hey,
well, I was going to say, I can cast heal on her.
All right, go ahead and you cast heal on her.
Okay.
Not heal, but a healing spell.
Yeah.
They may be corrupt, but I don't see them as being evil.
No, I don't think they're evil either. I was just trying to stop the situation in his tracks if we could. Hold on, I'm trying to find out. I have to look it up how much my mana is going to cost me.
The one deputy that's trying to come clean with it all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that all this happened. This wasn't my doing. I didn't want to be part of this. I wasn't near the ringleader. Those two are part of it, and our shift sergeant, she's part of it as well. She's not here right now. But if you go back to look, let me show you the ledgers. Let me show you where this is at. Let me show you where everything is. Because if I can convince you not to kill me or try me for anything which I did not do, and you lay it upon me and I can't defend myself because I'm poor, if I can just show you where the evidence is, this will explain everything.
And where is this ledger?
It's in a room behind the evidence locker. You hear the other two screaming at him, "Don't you do it! Don't you be a pussy! Sheriff Doppelling! Sheriff Doppelling!" They're trying to scream for help, and Quinn just starts playing a song, and you can't hear him anymore. As you guys are walking in,
Well, I'm going to cast sleep on them as well, so they can't yell at this.
one of them really resisted, one of them did not. The other one the one that does not resist is the one that's had the severe flesh wound to their shoulder, and then the other one just kind of looks fearfully as they realize that this is over.
I wanted to cast stabilize on the woman, and then I'm going to heal her wound. But I got to stop it in his tracks first. So how many is that? Is that 7 mana for that?
For what? The staunch?
Or stabilize.
Stabilize is 1 mana.
Oh, it's 1. Okay. And then I'm going to do, cure serious wounds. So I have to roll for that, right?
Cure serious wounds is 3 die 8 plus 6.
Okay, hold on. Let me write this down. Gotta get my dice. It's 1 and 2. So it's 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. 5, 8. 9. Okay, 10 of my points. And then I add, what did you say, 5?
Plus 6.
6, okay. So it's 14
Oh, thank you.
for her, for the woman.
So you guys open up the evidence locker, and as you can see from the evidence locker, there's another door behind that. Looks like you've got the door frame, and the ceiling has got, like, you've seen some cracks in ceilings before that would signify structural deficiency. Lemmy, you look at the ceiling, and you can tell that a light pull on that door should be safe, but if you rip the door off its hinges, it's going to completely collapse the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He heads in, he opens up the door, gets the door past the evidence locker open. Sure enough, there's a set of file cabinets there. The second one, middle cabinet, which is what the young man instructs him to get, has a bunch of ledgers in it. He's like, just grab all of them. Seriously, that's going to be the true and accurate statements. And after that, we want to probably go to somebody who has more power than the on-duty sergeant, which would be the sheriff right now. I assume you guys want to leave this facility.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
We're going to get on the road before anybody comes back.
Well, unless we can kill them all.
What?
Unless we can kill them all.
It's a possibility.
It just doesn't feel
You
right.
head towards
Lay waste to the bad guys and not.
as you're asking questions to some people outside, and you feed one of them. The governor, Lady Belstrov Horns, her second in command would be Sheriff Altezia. Sheriff Altezia is an individual that has been known in the past to gladly take donations that over and above cross the line from donations to corruption.
Mm-hmm. You could tell.
One of the locals that's on the street says, I just saw them go into the Red Thumb. I mean, no surprise, right? It's Eternia, so of course.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys head back to the Red Thumb, which is your favorite place in town. When you're in the excuse me, it's Things Dag, the 7th day of the week. So as you make your way over to the Red Thumb, you see the crowd's gotten a little bit more lively. Everybody seems to be kind of seeing the rest of you coming up, and people are just partying away, kind of just getting the fuck out of your way because the ogre's leading the charge. And when you guys walk into the Red Thumb, you see that there are people seated that were not here before, and they are individuals of consequence, and they are individuals of influence seated at the center of the main room. Your little guard says to you, he's like, that's the Sheriff Aldane. They're related to Governor Lyons. And I'm going to shut up now. What are you guys doing?
I thought we were leaving town. I didn't know we were going to go back to where we can get surrounded by more guards.
I'm going to go get
I
some
thought
wine.
you were going to proceed towards the Red Thumb, and if nothing else, talk to Vincent and see what the fuck.
Well, I wanted to do that before, but everybody said to leave them alone. So I thought we were going to go back to the river and just get out of town and just be the bad guys, I guess. Now, because now we're just going to get surrounded by more guards and end up going back. They're going to find that woman injured, and
Really?
that we broke out of jail, and then it's going to be a 10 times worse mess. So we need to just get out of town.
What are you talking about? None of that happened.
Everybody
You're getting
in the
those.
restaurant saw them come and take us out of the restaurant. So we're screwed if we don't leave town.
Quinn says, I beg to differ. We have the facts on our side, and we have the evidence.
Everyone in the city is corrupt.
Yeah, everyone in the city
How
has a life
corrupt are
expectancy,
they?
too.
Like, are they super corrupt, or are they corrupt enough to help you out?
They're Biden corrupt. I'm not willing to risk it.
Then all we have to do is throw some cash their way, and they'll turn the other cheek. Later on, when we amass our army, we can come in and, kill them before taking the ice tower or whatever.
So I'm just going to stand here and let you guys decide what we're going to do.
You're the pretty one. You should talk.
Well, I wasn't even there when the woman got shot. I was at the orphanage.
Neither were the rest of us.
That's what I was trying to say. So you can't arrest me when I didn't do anything. But they said they could detain me no matter what. So it doesn't matter.
The guilt by association.
What I say. You see what I mean? So, what do you two think we should do?
I think the thing is that if we bring the evidence, we're going to shame her because I mean she's out. I'm hoping I'm saying this right.
Yeah.
That's okay. I missed the entire battle while I was feeding dogs. I'm assuming every.
Did you say you missed the entire battle while you were being doxxed?
Feeding dogs. Puppies.
God.
Oh, thank God you're Korean and only eating dogs.
Thank God you're not doxxed.
I haven't had that problem since with the Antifas.
So, Janet,
Yes.
in this city, there's 3 main religions. There's Freya, there's Telophus, which is not a deity I would trust, and there's Kaiman. Let me look at what the fuck Kaiman is, because I don't know.
I thought there was one for the paladins too.
Mitra.
Because that's what the one that we were talking about when I was at the orphanage. Remember?
They're trying to get a foothold.
Mm-hmm. But
or you could talk with your people within your. You could talk with the people within your local jurisdiction, and give them this. But it's at that point now where you're here within this restaurant. You do have what looks to be like an acolyte of Mitra sitting at another table with some city officials. It looks like you've got these people here sitting at the table with a mid-level cleric of Freya.
And are they sitting close enough to the mayor for if I talk to the mayor? Sheriff, that they will hear it and see us talking with the evidence and stuff?
Yeah, they do.
Okay,
they are.
I think that we should go over to the table and show them what we have and what happened, and tell them that we're innocent. We didn't do anything. We were just defending what we already had of our own from that woman. Well, Thomas was, and he's part of our group, while we were all busy doing other things. Since you had the...
That's a lot of evidence against your accuser and the people that she's affiliated with.
So if anybody's going to be punished, those are the people that should be punished, not us.
Most certainly. The sheriff looks at it, he sighs, he's like, I knew that there were some people that were doing things that were dirty, but I didn't figure it would blow up into this. Lady Balestra Vorns looks at her sheriff. He's like, Mr. Aldane, please see to your county, see to your business now. Yes, ma'am. I think that was crafting, wasn't it? Yep. And as he comes
He's
over,
back.
Welcome back.
welcome back. These two
Rise
talk for a
from
minute.
your grave.
Finally, the sheriff looks at the rest of you. Are you busy on Monday?
We're actually looking
Are
for
we
a
busy on
pilot
Monday?
for our barge.
Say again.
We're trying to find a pilot for our barge. A trustworthy pilot for our barge.
Well, Vincent was just in here. I mean, I know who you are. But Vincent was just in here. I know he went down, I believe, towards the Lucky Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a gaming house?
Yep. He went over to the Lucky Lady, and there's a whole slew of places on the docks there. The last place he might have gone to would be the Rat Hole. But I know Vincent's around town somewhere, and he's got some of the ladies with him. Have you had a chance to talk to him yet?
No, we were actually working on that before some of the sticky situation came about.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about your misfortune. Thankful for you for healing up my my deputy, even if she was breaking the law. I would like to say thank you for starting this, because I knew once it started, it would not be something I could be able to stop. I would have to push it all the way through. Monday, I'm summoning all of you to the courthouse, because that's when Barbara is supposed to be there. I have no idea what her whereabouts are right now. She's the one who was supposedly attacked by your friend Tomas, the archer right here.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, from what I'm seeing in these ledgers, which were hidden from my perspective, I would like to say that you're putting a lot on the line. He looks exasperated. The young man next to him says, "I don't need them in the courthouse. We already know what's going on. Barbara's name's in those ledgers over 50 times. We know exactly what she does." Tomas, will you accept a 5 silver fee to be paid to us immediately right now to write off what ills may have happened with you and others within this community? Tomas says, "Yes, I do. I've got 5 silver." Okay. So there's that transaction. And the sheriff shakes his hand. "I hereby release you from any bonds of detainment within the city. And thank you. You guys are free to go, because if we drag this into a legal proceeding, your lives will be tangled up, and it could be days or weeks before you're allowed to leave. If you want that, I can push through with that. If not, you are free to go."
Well, I'm gonna quietly ask the 2 guys I'm with, or my group, if they want to stay and sleep because it's late, and then try to leave first thing in the morning, or what do you guys want to do? How do you want to do this?
I'm going to buy me a high quality bottle of wine, and then I say we go hunt down Vincent before he gets to wherever the hell he's going, because it's probably going to get increasingly more expensive or worse,
Yeah.
morally and ethically.
Mhm.
And then ask him about a pilot and what he can do about it, and then try to get the hell out of here as soon as
Okay,
possible.
that sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. when you arrive down at the Lucky Lady, you wander through the casino. They have a 10 silver entry fee, so there's like a lot just to walk in, 10 silvers. But we give you favors, so you can use those to start your bets off. Okay. Once you get inside and you start wandering around, you do see Vincent. Who's going up to go talk to Vincent? He's got a lady on each arm, and it looks like he's enjoying it as he's rolling some dice games.
I think I'm rolling solo for the moment.
All right, Crafting, we'll see you when you get back in here. Hey, there he is.
Huzzah.
Canada Net's interfering with it.
Yeah.
Do what?
Looking
No.
at getting a Wi-Fi booster next month.
Get some sleep, Jackie. So, once you find Vincent and convince Vincent to talk to you, he's like, hey, guys, can we make this short? I've got things going on, and I don't want my luck to get, like, abducted by time.
I hear ya. We're looking for a pilot for the barge. Someone reliable. We could attempt to make it back to Reme and that thing, but I can't guarantee that whatever's on it is going to stay on it, or it's going to stay afloat.
Okay. Is this the part where I tell you guys that I'll do what I can? And really, my extent of that's not very far. We have an office, right? I was installed in that office 2 months ago. I have no idea where things are. The office was clean whenever I came in. What I'll need you to do is find a way to get back to where you're from and have them actually send a fucking liaison up here with some equipment, because I've done what I can to get paper, writing utensils, things squared away. Contacts don't really have a lot of that. Usually whenever the guys come in, they have a problem or two, and then it's just not an issue anymore. I've sent messages out of here. I don't know if Reams ever got it, but there was an entire arm or organized crime that was purposefully getting a hold of our equipment and just making it vanish. And I was told that if anything weird happened, just STFU. So I did. And I was in fear of my life. What are you doing? Who did you talk to tonight? And why will it change?
That's a good
We
question.
talked to we talked to the mayor and the sheriff and gave them the evidence from
Evidence. What
yeah.
evidence?
The woman that was the wife of the driver that was fixing the books and stuff.
So the guy that was piloting our barge
Yeah.
and his wife attempted to steal from us. One of our compatriots prevented that, injured her leg. She fabricated a story. We got arrested. Words were exchanged. Along with some sword blows, we got our friend out of jail. We came upon some evidence and presented it to some high mucky mucks. And now we're trying to get the hell out of town. So, if we can make it back, we can contact the Coasters and Traders Guild and get you your liaison and hopefully maybe some qualified men to assist you. It would go a lot smoother if we had a competent pilot. Thus our conversation here.
You know, I was pretty much told just to be a figurehead. That was by the lead shift sergeant from the nighttime crew. Never had problems during the day. Mostly didn't have problems during the middle of the night. All the problems happened after 4 p.m. I really hope you don't blame me for all this.
No, you're a victim of circumstance.
Just like us.
Okay, we got that out of the way. I can possibly get you a pilot. I cannot promise you anything, but I'll see what I can do, because I know the people that are involved with the Red Thumbs don't use you that often. And I know that the Gaston's people try to use you, but their letter of credit wasn't good enough for whomever it was, which was what happened in the first place. That was the first card to be pulled out of the house. And once that happened, the house collapsed. Does that make sense? Because that's how I remember it about 2 years ago. And then there was a series of events and temporary people put in place. And finally, somebody got a hold of a signet and they told the guild, don't worry, we have it handled here. And then they installed me.
Okay.
That makes sense.
One, help me. Two, this place is dangerous because Lady Vors, she wants to have as smooth as she can for operations. That way she can look at Reme and say, see, everything's fine. And she smiles. And then another wizard comes along and he does some magic spell to permanently arc her cheekbones even higher.
Interesting.
Well, at least it ain't Botox.
And I don't know how much she's got her hands in it. I just know that she's partially responsible because there's been discussions before. It's been going on for over a year. And it always gets swept away. So somebody's got to have their hands on it. Anyway, yes, let me see what I can do. He goes to the table, cashes out his chips. He says, this is probably the best of night I've ever had. Because nobody ends up pregnant. And we can start again tomorrow. I've got money in my pocket. Let's get out of here. Fuck. So as you guys leave, you head back towards the Red Thumb. And once you enter, you see that there's still people that are gathered around the main table. The sheriff is present. Others are there. Even your little guard friend, he's there, and he's got a half full glass of wine, and he just kind of gives you guys a worried glance. And Vincent doesn't really go up to that table. He goes up towards the maitre d'. Mater D comes over to you guys. He says, "Hello, my son Vincent says that you currently have an issue that needs solved. You are so blessed tonight to be within the Red Thumb. We're getting you some bread and marinara sauce so you can eat your problem away while we discuss exactly what level of solution we can help you with. How does that sound?"
I guess it sounds pretty good.
Sounds good.
They seat you down at a table. Mater D sends one of his LTs out to you. "My name's Enrico, and I would like to say thank you for choosing the Red Thumb as your place to stop for the night instead of going down to the docks and wasting all your money." Vincent tells him, "I want to have a pilot so I could get my friends here safely home. They aren't part of this. They're not involved with anything going on here. They know what's going on here. There's going to be a lot that happens. We hope you don't get squeezed. But you can keep one guy or girl safe by giving them a pilot or two and getting them reliable transport downriver to Reme. Do we have an agreement?" The man says, we do. Let me go see if I can find the individual that might be possible to do this. He wouldn't be available till Sunday evening. Is that okay?" All right. He goes off. Enrico takes a walk. Finally, they sit down. Two women. I need to find the pictures of these girls.
That's better.
Okay. So, two ladies come and sit down, and they look kind of weird. They're about younger 30s-ish, and they both got tattoos, lots of tattoos. But they say, "We understand you need a ride, and you need experienced boat captains, right?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Our price for the trip for us to take you and your equipment down to the city of Reme, and then the purchase price for an average horse to purchase and feed and get back up here would be a total of 1,300 silver. And we can handle that, and we can be ready to go tomorrow evening. Is that all right?"
Yeah.
Okay. The two girls smile, and then one puts her hand out. She's like, "I will demand a quarter up front." And the other one says, "And we'll collect the other 3 quarters when we arrive in our location in Reme at the dock safely. And then we will be parting away from you. And we will wish you the best."
It'll cost us 186 silver each, and that'll include a little tip for the girls.
That was
Everybody nods and
my
quickly
ashtray. Just saying.
Yeah, that's in the ashtray.
God, I hope that thing makes it to my home. That'll be the best thing out of this whole adventure. so far, aside from Moss being rescued.
One of the girls pats you on the cheek, Lemmy, and she's like, "Don't worry, sweetie. Mama Jen will take good care of you."
Jesus.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
The other, both of them, by the way, wear leather. Okay. Flady would be going fucking nuts right now, by the way. If Flady was here, he would be like, "Fuck no, we're walking home. Fuck these two. I ain't going with them at all. Fuck these two. I love you, Flady. I do." Okay. So you guys pay a quarter down, and then the rest of the time, I'm going to shortcut. The next month and a half is spent with you guys riding on this barge, day in, day out, with rain, sun, sleet. It doesn't really take you a month. It takes you about 2 weeks to travel another 1,200 miles. You guys cover good ground. The Saskas do fantastic, and they get you within the walled confines of your hometown of Reme. So many of you have loved it and missed it, and for months have fantasized about being back within its environs again. You guys pull the barge. They pull the barge up to the docks, and the women says, "Cha-ching!" And you guys will give them the rest without a hiccup. And they both give you a curtsy. Mama Jen, very sweet, never fulfilled on Lemmy, makes sure that she plants a long, hungering smooch on his cheek and says, "I know you don't like my town, but you got to come up and see me. I make it worth it for you."
My safety word's banana.
Wow. Banana, the game that beat out Assassin's Creed Shadows. Okay. So.
Yeah.
So. You guys watch them go off in the sunset. They head to the stables and they disappear. You guys are home as the landlubbers get a hold of your ship's cargo. You wait for an hour while they unload and document. You can feel your soul slipping away as you keep on this miserable fucking barge. And then finally it's over as the sun's rays start dipping down. I'll show you the picture of the dude that is your longshoreman. Big beefy MF.
Not Poop Deck Peppy, is it?
Better. I've been a longshoreman for over 14 years. It's been the best job I've ever had. You smell muffins? I smell muffins.
Real Sasso?
Hell yeah.
What's he from?
Everything that's worth fucking watching, Janet, including Boss Level. One of the best movie deaths ever seen. Okay. So he hands you a small piece of parchment with a number scrawled on it. It says, "Go down dispersing, and after you go to dispersing, you wait in line there. Should be pretty tame. The Saska girls knew how to delay everything to get in here on a Yarg's day, on the slowest day of the week. So they'd make sure they had nothing to deal with you or anybody else. There'd be no lines at the stables or nothing. No. So now you guys get on out of here. I'm getting ready to boogie down and go hang out with little Lassie at the Lucky Lady Reme side. He heads off. He's a big old boy. I mean, he's a big old boy. You guys get a chance to leave, head down to dispersing where they pay you. Wait in line for about 20 minutes because there is a small line there. And once they see your names and their faces, one of the clerks at the desk in back, which has a surprising appearance like, oh shit, what's his name? There's a man behind the desk, dark complexion, by the name of Dylan. Hey, I didn't think you guys would be back in town so soon. He stands up and strides over. I did not expect you guys to be back.
Why is that?
I thought it'd be another 2 weeks before you'd be on back here. You guys must have had a hell of a boat pilot. Who brought you? Was it one of ours?
It's a long story. A long story.
Well, that's kind of interesting because we got a notice from the city of Yellendeer that they would appreciate if you put in a detailed format. They need to have a document summarizing your time within the town, because whatever you had happen is important and somebody else's life is on the line, apparently.
Interesting.
Poor Vincent.
Well, just to show you what Dylan looks like, I guess I have to share this screen too. That's Dylan. That's your house rep for the city of Reme.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Rest in peace, Carl. God bless you. So, after they process everything, Dylan says, you want this in coins or bars? Because we could do either. But bars are going to make my arms look like I don't need to go to the gym today.
I don't know. Can I carry bars?
Your strength's 18. Yes.
Okay.
Even if I can't carry them, I'll drag them.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's hard to spin bars, right? Because you have to sit. How do you get change for bars?
Well, bars are more meant for like if we're purchasing, like for example,
Large items.
we're going to go from one place to
Property.
we're going to go from one place to another, and we know we can get like at least 50% more, like make a 50% profit if we take something up there. The silver the bars would be okay. We're purchasing a large amount of this one item to take up there, so it's not for a change; it's for large purchases.
Okay. Well, then I don't want bars.
Yeah, you're not a large purchase person. I am though, so I'll take a few bars.
Well, the bars also have one other thing. They weigh less than coins.
So how many bars are we supposed to each get?
I'll tell you what. I'll give you your total that you're supposed to split between yourselves and your friends involved with all this. And this might be a little more than what you're used to getting, but you kind of solved some problems. And there's an additional bonus.
Fun fact with Chimerian.
What?
Fun facts with Chimerian. Bar of gold is only half the weight of F-150 front rotor.
Good God.
What's an
That
F-150?
sounds appropriate.
Ford truck.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah.
But where I'm at right now, there aren't trucks.
Oh, it's a utility carriage. 2 horsepower.
Yeah, 2 horsepower. Yep.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
All right.
Oh, that, I just remembered.
So it's dropped
Bruce,
off
were you and
the-
Kai having a musings tonight?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Well, we'll have to get off here soon then. We just get home, and it's time for us to say goodnight.
Mm-hmm.
I told you that was all today was going to be. Today was going to be
That is fair.
you getting home.
Mm-hmm. And man, I'm beat.
Did I do good?
Yeah, I'm tired. But man, I was pissed off. I didn't like that guy.
Oh, let me tell you something, Janet. Today's episode was something I just kind of rolled up on a random chart, and I said I want to see what the fuck happens. And so I did some rolls, and because of previous things that you guys had, there were modifiers, various charts and shit. But all this came around because of 5 table rolls, and so the entire night was based on that.
You mean to say
Totally
Nice.
random, man.
you used
That
What?
means
old school random tables?
it's totally random, then, right?
Say again?
I'll wait.
You mean to say that you used old school random tables?
Yeah.
To flesh out an adventure.
Yeah.
I liked it. I like random.
And so many games don't have the random tables anymore.
Hmm.
What the hell?
Well,
Yeah, and Bruce, to tell you how I feel about the game. Every week, because of my personality, YouTube can be exhausting sometimes. I'm always going to the game. I hope Bruce calls it off today. But by the end of the day, I'm always like, Bruce is calling it off too soon.
well,
A love-hate relationship with your campaign. I love it. I hate it.
Not the
I'm glad I
campaign, being
didn't
on
get raped by
YouTube.
a succubus.
okay. Well, if you like what you had seen tonight, and this is for the guests and audience, I want to invite you back every 2 weeks to see the continuance of this campaign. Sometimes it will be random, sometimes it will be completely scripted, sometimes it will be a borrowed adventure that I do run in a stable campaign world known as the Frog God Games Lost Lands. Lala Gear has been around for over 30 years in the mind of its creator, Bill Webb, and ever since then, it was his duty to produce it into a campaign world that could be published. If you are finding this really interesting, go to froggodgames.com and you'll find numerous items for purchase there. Thank you so much for being a part of tonight's show, and I want to thank my guests here for being part of this, but I'm going to shut this stream off as of now. Kai, I will see